Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now, what say that? I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did. And they twist and they once till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
It's the first page, but I shook the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. Dirty air in my lungs, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it wasn't beef, they would turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on, I'm feeling to make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last through the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in life, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Living in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always doing that ran before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm hit the top. Hustle pay the price so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm hit the top. Hustle pay the price so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Looking great as it all falls onto Solodic once more in a 1 versus 2. He gets the down, 10 seconds remain. Shotgun in hand from behind! He connects for champion! Oh my god!
Knows that he's retreated for now. There might be one, but no. Dark picks that up. He finds the blood trail, secures the second, and there we go. A third for him. I9 goes down. That's 3 members of Fury. Real lit. And make sure that no one pulls up surprises like that. Pecan and Souffle go down.
Mark!
Wow!
Oh! Oh my god, we're gonna get it in replay as well. All 3! Jeez!
And instead it falls back and jumps straight on that plant. He gets punished for it. Keith with the C4. Twister leaving Keith all alone. He's gonna push right through. 44 seconds left on the clock. Finds one. Has to deal with Peter. He has an EBR to deal with. He doesn't know exactly where he is. Has no real clue. Only a couple of guesses. Only some info from the rest of his team. Falls right over. Finds him. Pacing themselves.
The flashbang comes at the right time, but so does Crittens as well. They do still have the Thinker alive, but not for long. Critjay finds another, make it 3 in a 1 versus 5. We have seen it in recent times, but it's not going to be today.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back to another little lovely day here for the Operations League Southeast Asia Order. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic, Cthulhu. We're coming into play day number 3. We have an unlikely contender for first place.
Exactly, yeah. Look, Fury are definitely looking quite solid currently in the first place, although with Direwolves currently very hot on behind them, only 1 point behind them, with Elevate also only 2 points behind them. This does mean that, well, a single loss could very much cost Fury right now the first place.
And looking at the competition, I mean, the fact that, it's probably not even the biggest storyline. It's more the fact that, yes, Fury are in first. They've been looking stronger and stronger as the competition has gone on. But I think it's more the fact that, Elevate, not that standout team that we've come to expect from them. I mean, quarterfinalists at the latest major in Berlin? They're looking like they may be falling into that post-major slump that we've seen teams fall victim to.
That could be that. I mean, plus, on top of the fact that also Apex South is currently on as well, I would imagine for quite a number of teams, they would want to obviously not really let a whole lot of things really leak through some of the strats, through some of the plays. So maybe it's a bit more towards the fact that it's just a little bit more reserved play so far coming out. Plus, it's the start of the season, so you don't really want to show the whole straight away.
Yeah, and obviously, given that it's not just Elevate and Fury that are playing tonight. There are, 8 teams coming into this competition. There's a lot of excitement that could come out of this play day, of course. So definitely excited to see, Gaming Gladiators as well. We're at that Berlin major. They didn't quite have the same luck that Elevate, I say luck, run that Elevate did have. So I think coming into the Ops League this season, as well as playing through Apex South, like you were just alluding to, they're looking to do some damage. They're looking for another shot at the international experience. And it just makes you excited for what is to come, of course. And there you go, our 4 matches up on your screen. Champion taking on a straight esports. Gaming Gladiators versus Fury, a matchup, a repeat, it would seem. Something that I think Fury tweeted, it was Gaming Gladiators that tweeted about it. They just can't escape these Fury guys, and the matchup will be playing out once again. Direwolves versus Obsession, of course, match. And then Elevate versus Variant X, our newest team in the competition, of course. Cthulhu, how what are you thinking of these guys so far?
Honestly, I'm quite still split on my thoughts about Variants, but they one of the freshest introductions to the OPL, so their run is yet to be found. Finding anything big or maybe even some sort of learning experiences. For the time being, though, the Champion versus a Strape, look, I'm gonna be honest. Between the two teams, I feel like, comparative to the last season, Champion definitely had quite a substantial glow up comparative to a Strape, who unfortunately ended up being sort of the punching bag last season.
Yeah, Champion's obviously coming in, only having made the one roster change between, summer and autumn, that being Watermelon out for Crit J, who, look, at the moment, you got to admit, he's putting up some numbers for the team here.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's quite a scary entity to really play against, and he could absolutely do quite a lot of big work here. Strape, though, look, they have introduced, Keith into the play as well here for themselves, but as it stands, you look at their performances, you look at their scoring, 3-7 against Variants, and it was a loss, and then a 7-1 spanking against Fury. So still yet to find themselves a win, still yet to find themselves any sort of solid, firm ground, which certainly provides a fair bit of concern for that very roster.
It was similar to last season, of course. A Straight did take a while to get themselves warmed up and into the competition, and they actually took a couple of decent series against some of the better teams in the competition. But there you go. Heading into our map, Vito, of course. It looks like we are going to get back to basics once again. Clubhouse here to kick off play day number 3. Given, we saw, Champion ban away the maps that they did, Bordia Theme Park, Chalet, and Bank. Those are fresher maps in the competition, not wanting to go to them. Whereas, a Straight, we're gunning for more of the Oregon Villa takeaway, plus that skyscraper to round it out. So Clubhouse, this sort of feels like where both teams were angling to go.
Yeah, I suppose so, although it is quite funny to me that for a Strape, their sort of choice at the end was to either ban Clubhouse or ban Skyscraper, which to me seems like sort of Champion were very much ready to go to Skyscraper no matter what, and given that they didn't really ban it away, they didn't really mind it at all. And so I reckon if Skyscraper would have been the pick, then I would be thinking, oh, okay, maybe a Strape do have something, up their sleeve. But now that we're going onto the Clubhouse, this is looking to be a very sort of, by the book sort of siege for us to see. Maybe we could see some of the newer strats to be brought out, maybe some more unconventional play, maybe more of a frag-heavy play style. Who knows?
Obviously, big changes between the two seasons, of course. It was the Zofia Finca show across the board last season. Now it's a different story. Look at that, Infian absolutely caught lacking here at the moment. And Cthulhu, you and Lan conspiring a little bit today in your predictions.
Look, I mean, after the sheer amount of performance that I got to see from Fury, they certainly still looking pretty solid. And I mean, for Gaming Gladiators, yes, look, they farmed. Let's be absolutely honest, they farmed on their first day against Pharynx. The second play day against Elevate, the way how we kind of ended up seeing it is just the first half was pretty decent. The second one was just kind of flopped.
I mean, I have to admit, you're probably not quite as faithful as old Black and Blue with this a straight pick for map 1, but make sure you guys at home get yourselves involved as well. You guys can pick up some victory too. Make sure you use hashtag call your shots in the Twitch chat to get yourselves a chance at some R6 credits and an Opt League at Southeast Asia pin. And unfortunately, credits only for PC only. Make sure if you are looking to get some, either you have your PC or you have a mate who's on PC and you want to hook them up with that. But I mean, looking towards our first match, of course, Clubhouse here. It's one of the maps that we saw a lot of play on last season with a total of... actually, no, it wasn't even the most picked. It was 6 picks for Clubhouse. So it was actually towards the lower end. In fact, the only maps lower were Border, Bank, and Theme Park with 5, 5, and 2 picks respectively, tied with Chalet for 6 picks. And one of those picks was in the playoffs. So, I mean, rather unseen, could be exactly what they're looking for here.
Yeah. No, look, definitely, it's a very sort of interesting dynamic here with the fact that Clubhouse kind of, we keep on talking that it's you know, the staple sort of pick, the staple of APAC. But in reality, look, it's probably more so leaning towards Oregon nowadays, probably even Chalet. Whereas Clubhouse, it's starting to walk away a little bit. And, you know, in general sort of terms, it is one of those maps that, I mean, even personally to me, it's a very almost boring one to play because for the majority of it, apart from the fresher introductions of some of the operators, you don't really see a whole lot of, you know, ingenuity being put in. And even now, with the introduction of Grim, he's not as impactful as, say, I don't know, back in the day, the introduction of Lion that basically reshaped the whole meta, or Thinker last few seasons. So going into this one, I mean, yeah.
From what I've understood talking to the comp players here in ANZ, I mean, even Gridlock is like, you would have to ban not just Lion, but also Jackal, Nomad, Gridlock, and even then, chances are you'd throw in an operator that just has 2 Claymores in the back pocket rather than dig that deep and go towards a Grim at the moment. So I doubt we're going to see nearly as rapid an approach towards the new operator as we did to, say, the likes of Azami and Sens last season.
Oh, yes.
But maybe a cheeky Elevate versus a straight matchup, and they're feeling confident later on in the season. Who knows? There is possibilities. I'm just not holding my breath.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely no. I wouldn't hold my breath either. But the one thing that sort of I've raised it before with Ian as well, that you know, with recent introduction of the Impact EMPs, at least back in the Playdate 2,
I love seeing the strategies around the Impact EMPs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but how viable it is nowadays then to ban somebody like a Thatcher, which feels now with the introduction of the Impact EMPs as more so of a kind of almost a redundant ban at this point, because, well, yes, before you would be taking away, you know, the disabling of the electronics through the wall. Now you can do it with basically like another 5 or 6 operators.
Here's the question. At some point, do we see Rainbow Six start to retire operators because they're no longer relevant? Do we see our first operator removed from the competitive pool and, you know, playing into some more of that lore aspect of the game? But right now, you can see a straight gearing themselves up for this hold, of course. On the other side, Champion, they're looking to get in early, looking to try and figure out where this defense will be lying.
Yeah, Champion should have a pretty solid aggression game to come out from themselves here, I reckon, Panda, because they have been known to be that sort of the absolute gunners stack to play around. Labyrinth trying to bait out the play from Bolivian to at least sort of reveal the general idea behind sort of what will the bandit do, and it seems like, yeah, the bandit trick is certainly in there. So we are going to be seeing mostly just the prompt to go for the logic construction and apply some pressure from the AC to just allow that sort of multiple angle approach that actually Champion didn't really get to flex a whole lot last season, at least in my memory.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's one of the other picks that we, or one of the other big changes that we saw coming into the season as well, that being the being able to bandit trick on the same wall, so being able to juggle those batteries without having to worry about juggling them between the two walls. Just adds a little bit of extra depth in terms of setup, especially on this cache CCTV site. But they've paired it with a mute. They've got so much in terms of utility. But you look at it already, Farlord coming in through Logi, wants to open up the angle in towards Con. If he can find a pick, spots one behind the desk in the middle of B, but unfortunately cops so much punishment he's forced up. And we are no longer in that Finca meta, so you're not going to be seeing her run all too often anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is glorious for that very fact. That was unfortunate. Frag grenade out, though. That should be able to clear out. But yeah, absolutely. Look, having somebody with just more so running like a spear is definitely crippling to the Finca. But I say that, speaking about crippling, that that shot was crippling to Serologic. Oh, my.
But not only that, he's burnt all of the Selma charges. Power, he's just gone and swung for some unknown reason. And he's now on the ground. This champion push has been absolutely undone. Purely off the bin in this pick. They will drop Labyrinth down and go for the pick up. Crit J cannot provide the cover there needed whatsoever. Goes to Prepper Candela, but we've already seen how... this is not the start to play day 3 that you're looking for.
Tragic turnout so far for Champion in the first round, which feels rather unusual given that they were back in the last season so confident. I mean, even in their previous games, but yeah, you're looking at a straight absolute demolition here. So certainly looking much more confident in the way how they're playing and the way how they're holding out on their own. But yeah, Crit J just completely overwhelmed at this point. So yeah, a Strafe kicking it off pretty well.
They look shaken. I think that's the only way to describe what we just saw at a champ. I mean, they were a team that was in talks for making playoffs last season. There was that question where they're going to be able to leapfrog Fury, make it to the top 4. They had a later run in the season, but now they're coming into it here. I mean, overall, they were primed. I mean, they were tied on points. They lost out on the head-to-head between them and Fury in that playoff spot. So the reality is, this is a team that could be making playoffs here in autumn. There's everything that happens. And Astray have just been handed a free run. A team that did not pick up a single win last year, this very, very close games, Astray might claim their first.
Look, I mean, might be a little bit too early to call the full matchup, but yeah, the way how they've held their
playing like that.
yeah. Well, with Champ playing like that and with Astray holding their ground this way, yeah, absolutely. By all means, I mean, I'm all up for it. But I mean, we've seen so many times, especially with an OPL, even last season in the summer season, that a lot of teams, got to that sort of 4th point, the 5th point, and from there on, it is a complete 180. Whereas just the momentum somehow lost, maybe they getting into their own head. So I'm personally going to be holding my breath, but it is a very exciting prospect. I will agree with you here, Panda.
Looking to accelerate things, of course. Straight have opted into the basement hold. We see the extension paired not just with that mute, but with the Vigil as well in the hands of the newest comer to the team, Keith. And we'll see if he is the chief of this roster, whether he can bring some damage with the that Vigil pick, which, I mean, it hasn't been something that we've seen a heck of a lot of on Clubhouse as of late. But there are those teams that like the extended roam that he offers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Vigil still, oddly enough, still has his very own sort of personal niche, and it's a very viable one to be able to play it out the way how certain people do end up playing him, and that is, that very extended roam, like you mentioned, plus the ability to hide yourself from the drones in the current sort of meta where suppressors are so powerful. It is a very heavy piece of utility.
Going to take some early damage. Has the super shorty in hand. Keith coming in to support. But no, it's a full back to the side. It would seem maybe for himself up an angle to try and sneak down the stairs or at least get in the kitchen. But for the most part, looks like Astray have committed to the full bunker. And it doesn't matter. There's avenues in towards that basement. It's now just about wasting time.
Absolutely so. So far, I mean, so good it was from a straight, but I say that as Phenomenal decides to swing over. Bolivian at least gets a really nice straight onto Celotic, and that is a Iana going out of all the people. But I mean, with a minute remaining, I was about to say the hatch is finally being opened up. That is exciting, but at least the 2 of the impacts have been used up.
I have to question though. Celotic's drop down there. What was the game plan? You just picked up a kill. There was no need to be so aggressive, and it may have come back to bite them. 2 more impacts now remaining. Pig G, he's just tucked himself away to avoid damage, but no, that is your last impact gone. So Labyrinth will be able to get this kitchen hatch, but you're running quickly out of time. Crit J, big headshot to Hayabushi, leaves it to Bolivian and Keith. Keith being in the dirt tunnel at the minute. The other player, Bolivian, locked down in Church. Oh, that drone. Does he escape the info? Keith, what a shot onto Far Lord, but can't catch out Crit J in blue. And it's now Bolivian on a 1v3 clutch situation. Does he have any info to work with? He's got one close right. One on the hatch. What are you doing, Labyrinth, buddy? You need to cover that. Luckily, Crit J will do exactly what is needed to close the round out.
There we go. Very, very nicely done. And quick, good recuperation as well from Champion, given that, yeah, the first round definitely felt like things were rather very heavily rattled there. So good to see that they're back into the swing of things. And, well, from my stream, though, I gotta say, despite the loss, it was still a pretty solid hold, all things considered. So maybe we could still actually see a really close contention. My main, though, concern is going to be the second half for Strape. Yes, whilst their defense could be quite solid, and I mean, say, they put up a 4-2 half, can they actually close out on the second half? That is my question, because last time I remember, the attack was, very shaky.
We'll have to see. I mean, at the last season, it was an attacker-sided map, but only marginally, of course, 52 to, I think, 47 point something for each. So it was still reasonably close across the board. So at the minute, I mean, look, both teams are quite
Absolutely so. Oh, look, I mean, still could be a solid here matchup for Strape to kind of get yet another attempt to really spread their wings, but all things considered, I mean, Champion could still very much absolutely run away here the moment they sort of get their own momentum. And I mean, whilst having players like, Crit J already fragging out, and I mean, well, we say fragging out, but 3-1 is already a really good scoreline to kick off the first 2 rounds for Champion. It is, though, concerning that Power Red
holding an
really
average of yeah. I mean, holding an average of a kill a round is pretty solid, even at this early in the competition. I mean, Power Red, he's also playing your ace. He's sort of your secondary hard breach sort of flex player for the end of the world. But look at this info that they're getting yellow pings out. They know that there is one in cash. They know that there's one top red as well. They've got Keith locked down. They can deal with him, but no, Keith might even look to aggress. Parrot's still there. Crit J, though, falling to Hayabushi. And that is your Nomad off the board almost instantaneously.
It's a Nomad and a very aggressive performer as well that could really go previously on those sort of solo adventures to be able to frag out, but not anymore, at least within the context of this round. As Champion are kind of actually struggling with how they wanting to really play it out. Phenomenal just dedicating so much utility towards just denying that breach and draining as much time as possible, which is rather curious that we didn't really see any sort of contention there. You do have a sledge as well. And the frag grenades. You have the possibilities to also bring out the Gon6. What's happening with Champion?
I don't know, they're losing so much health. Farlord jumps in and dies immediately. They will finally start to get something opened up. Bolivian chimes in with Celotic's life as well. This is looking bleaker and bleaker by the minute. Speaking of, 1 minute left to play. Selma charge goes out to open the left panel. Labyrinth will go down though. He's got 0 support and it's Power It alone. Does know that there's one top main. Labyrinth, what are you doing, man? You can't be sitting out there in the open. They should be able to get the revive here, but with 44 seconds remaining, this is not at all an ideal situation. That was almost a team kill. That could have been absolutely awful there. Phenomenal taking some damage. They're trying to get the opening there to at least make the play in towards Jim. But the options are dwindling. There's a player there covering in behind the Jim machine. They've got things on, but they just don't have to force it. Astrape just can hold their angles, play the time. They know that the clock is on their side. Libran has to cut deep. Parrot locked out. They will get the kill on a Phenomenal. Can he swing on for more? No, Keith's on the job. It's all come apart. It's going to be an absolute shutdown. And more than anything, Champion have played themselves there once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Champion sort of... It actually, what feels to me, the way how so far things been going on for Champion, is just the sheer fact that they underestimated Astrape. Because the way how they've played it, the way how they've positioned themselves, yes, they've opened up some of the opportunities, some of the positions, but it felt like as if they were thinking that they're versing a ranked stack, which is quite funny to me. But in the same vein, it's good to see that, Astrape are able to obviously punish Champion in that sort of vein, to be able to take those sort of rounds away from them, which sort of prompts us for, finally seeing that learning curve to be adjusted for the currently defensive team. Whereas on the side of Champion, look, they've kicked off the season, I want to say, relatively well. And I mean, a win and a loss to put yourself in the middle of the bracket is not bad.
Just sort of min-maxing yourself.
Yeah, gotta min-max here and there. I mean, getting a win over Obsession is quite solid, but I mean, expecting them to win against Direwolves would have been...
I mean, the fact that they still took a 7-4 against Direwolves was impressive. So you take those victories and successes where you can. And it was also, I mean, that OG Direwolves roster that they were playing up against, which is a scary prospect at the best of times, given Harambe's prowess for the team. Right now, they've got a job on their hands, that being getting into the building and starting to clear down Champion, that is, rather. Astrape, they know exactly what they need to do, and they've been doing it well so far.
Absolutely. Astrape? I don't know. No, sorry, not even Astrape. Champion just feel discombobulated in the way how they play. They seem to be trying to force a very sort of by-the-books approach without actually giving leeway to adjust to what actually...
what the book is or what chapter they need to...
without knowing, what the chapter is. Whereas for Astrape, they've done their homework. Yes, what Bolivian did is a little bit questionable, but in terms of just the general pacing of how the defense went, they absolutely done their homework and read all the needed chapters.
Yeah, I mean, it's even a case of it definitely feels like, even in situations where they've thrown a couple of bodies wantonly, they can still make plays. And Keith, the newest addition to the roster, he's 6-1 currently, well and truly staking his claim on this 5th spot. He's going to cut deep through CCTV and hand power at his first kill, but the damage has largely been done. You've got no sledge, no buck in approaching a basement site.
Yeah, good luck trying to get any sort of stable breaching, given that PigG and Hayabushi still have 2 impacts each. So for Labyrinth, I mean, look, good luck, have fun. That's all I can say, really. Because with a minute remaining, exactly that is going to happen. So 1 more exothermic charge, 2 more Selma charges, so basically I have 2 more tries to get the breach open.
Best you can do is hope and pray, I think, at this stage. And PigG locking down bottom main stairs. 762 back in the hand. I mean, it feels like such a long time since I got the cast of Zofia running in the two, but you got the older 556, you got the UMP, not the greatest of guns, but it's there looking to lock things down, plus Hayabushi and his AUG. You can see desperately heading to the final 30 seconds. There's just a desire to try and get themselves in a position. Drone out, Labyrinth, he's gone. That's locked down through the ash wall as well. Let's get on. Pings are good. They know Zolotic finds his first, but Phenomenal with the super shorty. Pistol's out looking for more. Does he know where Phenom is? Does he know where Hayabushi is? Looking desperately on the ground. No, around the corner. The duck, the dive. Phenomenal. Finds 2 with the super shorty.
Living up to his name, because the play with the super shorty was rather satisfying to watch. But look, Astrape leading 2 points ahead is quite a very interesting prospect to me, Panda, I will admit here. Because going into this one, I'm going to confess that I didn't really have a whole lot of expectations for Astrape. Given their previous record so far, given their last season's record, things were kind of looking a little bit bleak. But right now, I'm rating this pickup of Keith, who actually so far been popping off really, really nicely.
Yeah, just not under the trust quite comfortably, despite an unfortunate sprint through no man's land in that last round. He's done it quite well so far. I mean, 6-2. We talked about the early investment from Prit J. He was 3-1. Now he's 3-3. A straight 3-1 up at the minute on a map that was attacker-sided last season. And you have to imagine that coming into the newer season, things will again lean slightly towards that attacker side with the introduction of the Impact EMPs, enabling teams to set up for attack.
Well, even then, we didn't really get to see... Oh, no. We didn't really get to see a whole lot of, Impact EMPs from a number of teams, at least in the first week of OPL, which kind of prompted us for sort of a question how actually viable sort of the actual secondary gadget to be. Because, I mean, it still very much heavily depends on you knowing the exact whereabouts of each and every piece of utility. So assumption there that,
we
that
have seen
teams like Elevate
T1 leagues though.
Oh yeah. No. That's where I'm leading to is that going into the games like the Fury GG, that's where I'm expecting for those Impact EMPs to actually happen. Whereas in a match like Champion versus a Strape, I still feel like it will take quite some time to proper adjust.
Well, I mean, I haven't heard any calls as to what's going on, so it would seem that the call is to just play it out. The Strape quite happy with their current position, and both teams seem to be taking this as seriously as you would expect from below, though, looking to try and enable the breach to go down. Librit there primed and ready. Bolivian tanks the impact grenade. Will he get it off in time?
What a man!
He does. What an insane attempt, and a successful one to boot. So now all of a sudden, with Phenomenal coming in for support, Zolotic's forced off the angle, and they are now going to find themselves in a spot where they probably cannot get this breach open.
What a play, man. It's just... I gotta commend Bolivia here, because any other player would have already backed away the moment the first impact came around. This man decided to just say, nah, I don't really care about that gunfight. I'm just gonna stick it out. I'm just gonna do it. And rightfully so, because Sir Lotic was just absolutely scared.
It's just insane. Like, there is no situation where Bolivian should have been able to get away with that. Deny the breach, and now equalize the scorecard with Zolotic going down. Yeah, Keith, he's going to die, but Phenomenal's there to trade back. We're in a 3 versus 3 as Hayabushi fight. He gets back in and figures out what the heck's going on. They've still got very healthy members here on the side of a straight champion. Are absolutely reeling. They've got the 1 exothermic, the 1 secondary hard breach gadget to go down, plus those Selmas. They've got the tools to get things open, but unfortunately, with the guns and utility that are flying their way, Firelord might have to be the difference maker. Oh no, he sees a known quantity. He has to be. He's going to spot the head, but Pig G doesn't miss those shots when presented with the opportunity. Narek goes down as well. Pig G, the lawnmower, with the help of the Phenom himself. A straight, looking good, potentially to claim a 5-1 half here, Cthulhu.
My God, what is happening here? Balls does come around. So we did get a tactical. That is the revenge arc. Honestly, I'm all keen for it.
It's the straight anime arc. That's exactly what it is.
You know what's funny though? We just right in the pre-show just clowned on Black and Blue for picking a Strape.
He might be the one man to actually get this one right.
Oh no!
Why am I not surprised?
That is funny.
It's just the way it seems to go some days.
Yeah, the moment you get the predictions of everyone going one way, this is where you know that things are going to go completely the polar opposite. I learned it from a few of the other broadcasts myself as well.
Yeah, don't doubt the boys to show up, and they've shown up. Boy, have they. Oh, dear.
They've shown up in tenfold, honestly.
Not a great game to put your car on, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves. So right now, just waiting on the pause to finish out. I think it was Keith needed to... No, it was Champion that made the call, wasn't it?
No,
yeah, it was Librit.
Yeah, they called it, yeah.
Yeah, Librit. So, yeah, okay. So I don't know if it was a tech pause or whatever the case may be. They're ready to go. And Look, yeah, Phenomenal said we made the most of the opportunity. And Keiths, he's relieved himself. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Peak efficiency.
Yeah, peak efficiency. Gotta get it all going. Gotta get it running. But look, yeah. Despite the fact that there is concern for my prediction percentage to be heralded very quickly here, I'm actually very, very pleasantly surprised here by Astrape, and it's sort of finally we get to see them perform. Finally, we get to see them possibly lift off from, or rather, even start making the moves towards lifting off that bottom of the leaderboard. And whereas for Champion, look, I mean, when they're losing like this to Astrape, there has to be a question asked as to what exactly is happening to their players, to their mental, to just in general how they intending to really approach this, because it is all looking very, very scary right now.
No, it's pretty simple. What do you mean? It's straight to Pro League. They're ready to go. Straight into back south. Just inject them now as the 8th team. But, I mean, Champion, from 5th place last season, find themselves here down 4-1, potentially staring down the barrel of what could be a 5-1 overall. That definitely has to chalk the mental a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. This will be chalking the mental. I mean, you're looking at... Actually, let me quickly pull up the results from the last season, because this is where, you know, the actual funnies are about to be found out. You look at the regular season, and Astrape versing against Champion. Where is that matchup? Champion Astrape. 7-2 to Champion on Villa, with Farlord being the MVP. Then you look at the next matchup of Champion versus Astrape, and it was a 7-3 on Villa, with Watermelon being the MVP. We don't have Watermelon here. Farlord is currently sitting on a 4-5 on a negative KD. Champion are in the bin.
Absolutely toxic. Really, how can you even say something like that at the minute? But yeah, look, in the bin is exactly how I would describe it. You've already got Power, and he's lost both his drones, so he's going to have to rely on the Gemini just to provide that information. Straight back over to Jim, which again was a brutal site to push into for the side of Champion. And I mean, from here, you then head over to the defense for Champion. You're talking about having to trade back 5-1 hard.
That's the one. It would be quite amusing if we will end up being, you know, the 5-1 trade with Champion sort of, oh yeah, let's just recuperate our losses here in the second half. It could be quite amusing to me. But for the time being, look, I mean, with the way how Astrape set it all up, this is looking pretty good, but
okay,
there's been a few there's been a few hiccups. Finally, also the plays do go down, and now it's finally a coordinated sort of approach by Champion and Seed.
Hello and welcome to the Upseat. They do get themselves Big G as well, looking for a third as Crit J's on the job. Bolivian from below. We can find something here with the help of Hayabushi. This could be a vastly different tale. I mean, we've seen teams do more with less, of course, in this competition, Cthulhu, but I mean, this is probably the best round. Oh, Bolivia, so close yet so far. Hayabushi pushing into contest, gets absolutely mowed down by Farlord. It's on Phenom. A flawless round to close the half for Champion. They at least bring it to the 4-2.
There we go. Okay. 4-2 is a little bit more workable here for Champion, as they certainly would be slightly. And I'll put it with, like, you know, big quotation marks, slightly more relieved about that. Big asterisk going about it all, purely for the fact that just, look, it's still a very, very dire run for them, let's admit here. But they are finally going on to the side that is a whole lot more, easier to really work around. The defense side of Clubhouse does provide you with a little bit more possibilities, a whole lot more abilities to just hold on to your positions as much as you can. So here, I mean, bottom line is, well, Champion don't really have to dictate the pace anymore. They don't have to be the ones pushing. They can wait for Astrape to make those mistakes and, well, emphasize of those.
Yeah, see that deep extension there. He's also adding the Mozzie to the cause here. Interesting. I mean, you've got limited in terms of utility down in the spaces. They are committing to that full, I mean, SSG style roam. Very SSG-esque entirely with the Mute Mozzie combo paired with the Vigil and the Melusi. And then you pair that with the Goyo down in the basement, those Vulcan jetpacks. So you've got a lot of preemptive warning and a lot of deterrent along the way.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Goyo canisters, they haven't really gotten a whole lot of play to really watch as a kind of a detergent from the push. So I rate this general sort of idea. The good though play from a straight, as they're already giving out so much information. I believe that is actually followed on the catwalk as well. So almost ironic that it's the Vigil that is continuously being pinged from the vents.
Guys, stop, please. It's not a fun time. It really isn't, unfortunately. But, I mean, Phenom's sticking with the fuse. DMR on Pig G for that fuck. So we are going... we're going deep into the pocket here, it would seem. Not to mention the R4C Ash for Keith, who has been a great fragger so far. Yeah, he's been silenced a little bit. But would you look at that already? Fuse Puck's going to work. Parrot says, hell no, I'm out of here. And you can see that already they've got the opening into the building.
What is also quite interesting is we finally get to see the full lineup of just secondary hard breach. Not a single hard breacher in sight for the attack of a strafe, with only now introductions of Fuse and Buck to basically become ones. Which is actually not a bad prospect when you think about it, because both have absolutely beams of laser beams of death in terms of AK-12 and the Buck C8. Well, sorry, in terms of Pig G, this time it's a KMRS, but regardless, it's still a very dangerous weapon to play against. And on top of that, you have the ability to make the breaches happening. Oh, hello.
Oh, it's scary at the best of times, and there you go. Phenom in, traded back. Huh? Oh, Labyrinth, that was not okay, but Keith at least able to capitalize and take one back. You can see a little bit of a problem so far as the team has been split here. You can see Straight very much has the number of these offsite players, and the fact that they've been able to split the difference and isolate these players off the site is kind of terrifying, in all honesty.
It certainly is.
Never mind. Pig G's on the job.
Yeah. Labyrinth did manage to force at least the baited team kill, which is rather unfortunate here for a Straight, but funnily enough, with 36 seconds remaining, 2v2 is still very much workable. I mean, the breaches to come around and still have the ability to open up the secondary... Sorry, not the secondary hatches. The mortar hatches provides quite a lot of opportunities to make the said plays, but Keith needs to be the one to spearhead, because if Pig G decides to drop through the mortar hatch, yeah, that's basically say goodbye to all your chances here.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
Well, Exotic. He's going to find one before he falls. Trade it back. 2 seconds left. You got to get the plot down. Pig! He's going to stick it in. He's just going to hold the time off. Crit J. Does he have the info? He does just. Cthulhu, my god. 5-2. Could have been a very detrimental spot to find themselves in, but no. Crit J finds the opportunity. Locks it down for the team. We are back within one.
Okay. So we're still back into the general swing of things, although a 5-2 would have been rather crippling for Champion, it seems. Round 8 upon us with the CCTV and Cash. This should give us a little bit more of a clear sort of vision of how Champion would be able to handle themselves on the defense. With now introduction of the Oryx, with now the introduction of the Frost as well. Now, I don't think we actually did get to see from a Strape on their defense. This could be actually a really perfect opportunity here for Champion to really flex their muscles, because I mean, with Oryx you have not only the ability to have just an immense amount of flexibility, you also have the ability to kind of on the go impromptu just create rotation holes very quickly. So Champion actually have a really big brain sort of lineup here, with as well the Frost to be able to deter or at least slow down certain pushes through the windows.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have we seen someone forget about a Frost?
True.
All of a sudden you're jumping through a window, and then you're not anymore because you've just had your legs snap because of a bear trap. So, Straight, they're going to have to be onto it. They're going to have to be droning out as much as possible to try and get that early information, because otherwise they're they're not in a great spot. They're going to have a bad time.
Oh yeah, they could be in absolutely the worst position to find themselves just at any sort of shape and time or any point in time during this very matchup. So look, there's certainly great possibilities of absolutely just throwing it all away. Though, I mean, we'll look at Strape so far, just sort of prodding around, trying to find the right sort of position. Logi has now been scouted, confirming that as of now, there is nobody there. It is basically free real estate for either the Sledge or Zoff or the Buck to take over. And from there on, look, it is one of the high importance positions to really take for the attack here, purely for the fact that it allows you to make so many rotations and lock down even the flanks.
Exactly it. Probably one of the more passive rounds we had so far. I say that as PG is trying to go to work. Bolivian, first victim of the round. Farlord on the Oryx, putting in the hard yards. Parrot in a bit of trouble as well. So Champion not going to escape from this round unscathed. Bit of chip damage across the board. But we're halfway through. And Keefe he's in a great spot to march up towards the site itself.
Absolutely. So Keefe so far actually had a pretty solid run overall. I mean, you look at his even stats, 8-5 is nothing to scoff at all. And as an Ashman with the R4C, the freshly buffed R4C, he's a dangerous entity.
He is indeed. And he will likely keep that up too. He will not stop being a dangerous entity until I think the map is over and the season is done, in fact. Crit J, top red, has support from below. Solodic as well. That's a filthy little angle there from the rafters. Their support. I mean, this entire setup from Farlord, his positioning here this round is providing strength, and not just Solodic's hold, but Crit J's as well. So they can look to move around it. Phenom, he's going to try his hand at it. Can he outpower it? Can he outwit it all?
Yeah, waiting for any sort of play to really happen, but given that there's not a whole lot of presence at all in the downstairs, that Frostmat doing absolute work. Champion Borderland don't even have to really make any sort of play. Farlord still ends up swinging and winning his gunfight against Phenomenal, which now leaves us straight Borderland crippled and, well, forced to just push through one position, which has been completely and absolutely locked down there by Champion to equalize the scoreline.
That's scary. That is very, very scary.
Eesh.
The situation, things are steadily spiraling out of control here. You got to wonder just how much longer things can hold together for a straight, despite the phenomenal start. Because Cthulhu, as we can quite clearly see, the comeback is potentially on here.
Oh, very much so. Although it does certainly feel rather odd that the comeback comes around after just barely stemming the bleeding that was sort of the 4-2 scoreline at the end of the first half, which actually, for the rest of the teams that would be watching the stream as well, who'll be looking at this, I wouldn't be surprised that our next matchup, funnily enough, actually, I believe it is going to be against Gaming Gladiators for Champion. Gaming Gladiators, I wouldn't be surprised if pick of Clubhouse comes around, because that attack from Champion was dire. That's probably the only way to really describe it.
Indeed, it was. Right now, with how dire things are looking, you gotta wonder how much more a Strape can hold on to this mentally, given, I mean, you think about it, they were, how close to victory? How close to a 5-1 half, and that was completely undone. Now they are tied up at 4-4.
Exactly. So with that all said and done, Strape, it's up to them now to, stem the bleeding, because whilst their defense was rather formidable, the attack definitely leaves much to be desired of, same as Hayabushi's awareness about that run out.
Yeah, you got to get up a little bit earlier, unfortunately, to turn that one around, and the Strape lose a second quite quickly after. Farlord, massive kill there before he falls to Phenomenal. So trade it back at the very least. You're still only just getting your toes into the water, and it is a gym bedroom site.
But quite still far away from the general sort of approach. Still, look, I gotta say, the KMRS, as you know, as spooky as it sounds, as good the DMRs are, I would still probably pick the C8 over it.
Yeah, look, I am there with you. If I am being perfectly honest, I think I'd rather the higher fire rate to be able to contest some of these high fire rate guns in the defense as well. I mean, you're dealing with the MX4 Storm, the M7, you've got the SMG11 coming into play, plus that orb from the rafters, and there's so much effort just to be able to get into CCTV from a Straven. All that vim and vigor that they started the map with has been cut down.
It would have been surprising to me if they would have realized that, oh, this is not the site.
That's the Nitro Salvo event.
Still, though, he staunches it up. I mean, he's still able to contest against Crit J. But you are very much correct here, Panda, in saying that so much force, so much utility has been dedicated to just pushing towards the CCTV and cache. Definitely means that, well, yeah.
Whoever was top red just a moment ago has gotten away. I'm pretty sure that was Solonic. He's just run down through basement, through secret, completely unmolested. So he's perfectly fine to come up main stairs. And all of a sudden, with 30 seconds left, they've got 2 players remaining, and there are now 4 on site defending.
Yeah. This is right now looking very, very scary. Because the moment that bug comes around, Big G would be in a whole lot of trouble. Not only there's power, there's always Solonic there as well with the shotgun, which would have been very, very spooky to really peek into. But Big G actually nails the shot. Nails 2, nearly 3. That would have been bad for Champion. Yeah, he nearly won that.
If not for the fact that Bandit was still inside, that could have been in a straight round.
Would have been one heck of a way to really give away a round by Champion. But look, it seems like their tech pause has actually, you know, brought the right dividends there for themselves. They managed to reset themselves. They managed to start getting on board with the points. Because, I mean, right before that pause happened, they were at that 4-1 point. Ever since then, 4 rounds in a row, completely uncontested. And it definitely is a really good sign here. Well, for Champion, despite the fact that they definitely did get upset very, very heavily. Rather heavily in the first half.
Indeed. Well, we are going to see the return of the Fuse, it would seem. But, I mean, look, Phenomenal, I think, gets the pass, given that he is currently 10-6. He is doing some big numbers for the team, so I suppose he would be allowed to go with just whatever he feels comfortable with at the moment. Hayabushi, I mean, was a standout player last season for a straight in those later season games, so it's strange. I mean, he's got the M762 back in hand, which is now a viable weapon once again on the Zofia, and he's just not quite connecting here on the attack.
I mean, the M762 is not as much of a beam as it used to be before, you know, the whole LMG meta came around. But yes, you are correct. It definitely does feel rather unusual that for Hayabushi, he can't even be able to string a whole lot of success for himself. This time, playing as an entry rather than Keith going for the entry feels rather confusing, as all things stand. But look, still managed to push through despite some heavy losses in the health department. But playing together sort of in parallel with Keith, who sort of does have the, I suppose, the side flank covered. Not a bad idea, per se. Oh, the timing would have been big.
Yeah, he was probably millimeters off there, I think, on the headshot connecting. It will be droned out. Scouted, knows that there's possibly someone lurking around this Logi hatch, but I think it was just a case of it was open then, and Keith, poor Keith, is just going to stick his head through that Logi rotate. Unfortunately, have it cleaned right off. Phenom there around the corner. They've got players in proximity to try and threaten. In fact, they've got Hayabushi with the concussions coming out of that lifeline to try and enable the push on into that position. But unfortunately, there's not much doing. Labyrinth, though, going down to Big G and his DMR once again. But the off-site presence is significant with Farlord going down like that. they can now start to work towards the site. Unfortunately, they haven't given themselves, again, much time.
Yeah, so suppose at least for Champion, they should still have a really good ground to really play around just to hold off the push. And I mean, when we're talking about holding off the push, it's really ultimately a Strafe that are holding themselves back. Because you look at the outlines of all the players, extremely still far away from just even getting remotely close to the side, with the diffuser also downed and dropped. Where do we get to see, you know, the push start to happen? Yes, Motor Hatch has just been breached, but that's the only avenue for the entry right now, apart from the main stairs. Uh-oh. Ooh, there's the down as well.
Yeah, Bolivian, not the play you want to be losing in that situation, but luckily they've got a fuse to respond. Nice impact, guys. Nice nitro cells. It'd be a shame if someone blew them all up. It's exactly what they do. They will look to get that hatch open as well. Crit J now having to watch a couple of angles. Solodic brings it back, and yeah, like you said, time quickly dwindling. Crit J farms up.
Yeah.
And bottom main stairs, time will tick away before Hayabusa can even get involved. And that is not ideal for a Strafe.
Champion for a brief moment looked a little bit almost confused there with what was happening. It's like, it's 9 seconds. What are these guys doing? What's happening? Strafe, obviously, understandably enough, though, they do call for a bit of a timeout because, I mean, you look at their webcams as well. Very, very frustrated looks about just how things been turning out, because how well it all started off to get reverse swept in such fashion of 5 rounds so far in a row. That has to be tilting. Surprised, though, that we didn't get to see it in the earlier stages of that sort of streak so far.
You know who's probably going to be even more tilted right now?
Yeah, go on.
Our lovely co-worker, Black and Blue,
yes.
Who back to Strafe to win this, who would have been feeling absolutely stoked at the beginning of the map, and is now very, very sad that he'll have to walk home.
That's true. That's true. Got a feel for old mate Black and Blue. But
look, bet the car if you're not prepared to walk.
Hey, I mean, you have plenty of experience with betting a car.
Yeah, I've got good shoes though, so that's fine.
True. So do bet the car, but make sure you have really good shoes then.
Yeah, make sure you got some sneakers. Phenom though, he's going to change it up once again, potentially, and so is Keith. So they are going a slightly different direction here. But you remember this last defense was pivotal in how far Lord played his position. You had Solodic playing Rafters. I believe it was Crit J, yeah, floating top red. You had Farlord floating around towards Lounge, making sure that they were backed up and supported. So for Strafe, in fact, Phenom's pulling right back off. He's going on to the ace.
Here he is. Surprising that it is the ace and not the Thermite, given that I'm pretty sure Phenom had a bit more of a consistent sort of experience on the Thermite, but I might be wrong. But yeah, there's a fair few setups that basically allude to the fact that this is basically just a mirrored setup from Champion. And surely at this point, you know, players like Hayabusa wouldn't really fall to, you know, the Frost Mat, you know, the position that was a very frustrating one to take from the get-go, those sort of supply stairs. Surely this is where we sort of start seeing, you know, a straight bring in the counterplay and for Champion to get punished for just bringing in what basically is the very same sort of setup.
Exactly that. But I mean, Champion have probably been able to get away with a lot more in the grand scheme of Clubhouse than a Strafe have. So, I mean, that is, yeah, reflected in the scoreline, of course, being at a 6-4 at the moment for Bolivian. Looking to try and split the difference here. Sneak his way up main stairs unscouted. With Keith already in Logi. Unfortunately, Pig G the first to fall. That's your buck off the board. Any sort of threat from below. Keith in a lot of trouble. Taking some ripper shots. Hayabusa in as well. What a headshot in Farlord. That's all. I mean, if there was a time to bounce back for your team, that's a headshot and a half.
Yeah, that is a good starter right now. Taking quite a fair bit of ground as well. Strafe might just actually have a very solid chance here to completely try to out their opponents. Already rotation of the bandit utility came around, which is actually quite huge from Champion, fully acknowledging that, well, there's no more contention for that CCTV wall. Might as well rotate our bandit batteries, prevent those breaches from happening.
It also comes off the back of it, I suppose. Yeah, they're not playing the thermite whatsoever, so both Selma's going to be committed to that opening in towards Con. And that's a dangerous prospect because it doesn't give you very many options. You've got to force it through here if you want a shot at getting this plant down and going for the victory. So that, it looks like they're gearing up for a cheeky little Con plant with a back-off option out through that Con external wall. And I mean, that's a gamble. That is a big gamble.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is a huge gamble right now, but suppose
honestly,
for a
Strape, I'd chuck a Claymore at the door.
True. That I mean, they do have the opportunity for that, yeah.
Just to see if it would get... Oh, no. Okay.
Oh,
all right. Phenom's just allowed to cross and start the plant up, but unfortunately, Power It's Nitro is going to go to work, and he's going to hit the deck, hit the shots, and it's an absolute wipeout. Champion take the 11th round. A straight go quietly in the second half, Cthulhu.
Jeez.
Champion, do not drop around after the 6th.
My oh my. That is an upset and a half in terms of the fact just how one-sided it looked in the first half. But yeah, look, there we are. Champion do claim a very convincing victory at the end of it all. 7-4. Absolutely destroying the overall mental for Strape, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, what? You lose the first round. It was a bit of a mess, let's be honest. 3 rounds in a row. Actually, no, four rounds in a row. And then you lose the last of the half, and I mean, that's okay. You take a 4-2 half, it's perfectly fine. A map that was realistically slightly more attacker-sided last season should realistically be much the same vein this season with the introductions of the Impact EMPs, allowing that flexibility. But then a Strape don't really utilize any of that new utility on the attack. They go back to basics, which is what, I mean, really cost them last season. I mean, you went 0-14 for a reason. So, I mean, maybe a case of a Strape just a little too stuck in their ways.
It could be that. It could be that they were just sort of trying to force.
Strape one round. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because the champion played a horrific round 1. That's right. Yeah. So round 1, yeah, close enough. Close enough, yeah. Look,
it was still a sort of a decent attempt. And look, I still got to say, there were a few very audacious plays from a Strape, trying to run away with some absolutely just daylight robberies during their defense. But for Champion, look, I think for them, because they didn't really bring in the Impact EMPs either, really, on the attack. It's just more so felt like they were more in control of what gunfights do they want to take rather than allowing the defense take their own preferred gunfights. So, suppose in those sort of terms, Champion did manage to, come off with a rather clinical dub, especially the second half.
Of course, make sure you're keeping it up in chat. Hashtag all your shots if you want a chance at winning, of course. Unfortunately, Lame Jack, that is the wrong one. It is not grass touched. It is hashtag all your shots. Make sure you're using the right hashtag, otherwise you're going to miss out entirely. And you're not going to be able to buy any of those fancy new gun skins like the new Direwolves for 1/6 skins.
That's true.
Looking pretty clean. Looking pretty swank. I do like it. Fury as well. Finally getting some skin in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, the Fury skin definitely is one of those almost must-haves to really cop during the most recent drop. So yeah, look, there's quite a fair few representatives to really be shown out and shown off. So definitely, yeah, do make sure to get yourselves in on those giveaways. We do have those happening basically after each and every map. So everyone in the chat will get plenty of the opportunities to get themselves roaming. And look, yeah. With that said, though, that's first matchup all done and dusted. Though it feels very almost bitter, really, in terms of just how it all turned out. With the way how good the initial momentum for Strape was, seeing them lost in a 7-4 feels like a huge just upset and disappointment.
Well, you know what's not going to be upsetting or disappointing? It's our second match of the evening. Gaimin Gladiators take on Fury once again. When we come back after the break, we'll be jumping on into all the action. We'll see you back, movers.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, think go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get up, move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 done and dusted, the champion walking away victorious. Now we head to map 2, and this is where things get rather interesting. Cthulhu Fury taking on the Gaming Gladiators, a first and fourth matchup currently at the moment. These teams already having faced off, and in Apex South, that's where I was heading with that. In Apex South already, both having some big matches so far. But it's more the fact that their last matchup could have been quite a brutal one, especially given that there is possibilities. I mean, Direwolves only just beat out Fury in week 1. Fury were able to take down Knights. Gaming Gladiators have had a couple of good matches there. I mean, what are we expecting coming out of this matchup?
Well, honestly, Panda, look, I'm expecting quite a heater of a matchup, given that Gaming Gladiators just managed to take out the spot for APAC finals during the ROG Masters for Asia Pacific for the Southeast Asian part. It's an interesting sort of dynamic that's so far been done. Look, Villa Oregon definitely did not go Fury's way, where GG managed to win out 7-1 and then 7-4. On both Villa and Oregon without really getting to the bank. So going into this one, I think majority of it will be very much depending on just which map do we go to, because with Fury, the way how they played, the way how they've held on to it, they might just be able to pull it off, but they do need that very nice stable ground for themselves, rather than going into just basically any sort of map and just trying to play it willy-nilly kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly it. You can see them on your screens. Coming off of last season's performance, Fury have had a hell of a glow up from stage 1. I mean, looking back that far, Cthulhu, they were bottom of the leaderboard in Apex South, didn't pick up a single win. They then came out swinging hard into stage 2. And Gaming Gladiators, of course, qualifying for that major, looking to try and solidify themselves as available into Apex South. And their new Zaddy in the roster looks some heat as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Super Zaddy actually been quite an interesting sort of person to really watch, but he has been possibly one of those changes that could really push Gaming Gladiators to the whole new level. I mean, seeing how they so far been looking, look. There are quite a fair few possibilities. Honestly, their match against Elevate doesn't really tell per se a whole lot of great deal, because just the way how things been really going, there's been a lot of moments where for Gaming Gladiators they could have really taken away even the rounds of Elevate back and played in number 2. So going into this one, maybe they're looking to just fix up their problems.
Yeah, and their opponents like Olis Hajime, Dark, BG Man, and I9. And I9, the man in the end, was, I mean, one of the big talking points last season. His introduction to the Fury roster alongside BG Man completely turned their trajectory around. They were, I mean, the key, so to speak, that unlocked the Fury roster. I mean, we were seeing some massive stuff from them across the board. Unfortunately, haven't quite had that opportunity to step up to the top tier of play. But I mean, looking at how they're playing over time, Bank, the map on the cards for this matchup. I mean, how are you feeling about that?
The map that didn't get really played out in the last BO3 between Fury and the Gaming Gladiators, supposedly. Well, suppose it's only fitting to get it picked right here, right now. So, look, I'm going to be honest. I think this should serve as a relatively good sort of middle ground for both of these teams, given that, I mean, for Fury, they seem to have a pretty decent sort of grip onto just what maps do they prefer to play, what maps do they like to play before. So I'm very much on the board for just what we could see. Just quickly, glancing over some of the matches as well in the most recent days. I mean, Bank, you either fully know it, basically all the nitty-gritty parts of it, or you completely flop it. And I mean, looking back at the general sort of history of Fury, Bank basically was non-existent, at least during the regular season for them, last season of OPL.
Well, I mean, Bank was where Fury secured their first win of the season.
True, against Astrape, yeah, that's
to be fair, yeah, it was over Astrape. So how much stock you can put into that, especially after watching that last match, we'll see. But look, there is possibilities that it could be quite a comfortable position for them to be playing in, whereas we haven't seen any of it outside in, in Apex South from Leaves. It's only been played by Elevate and the Knights in Apex South. So, I mean, I'm coming into this, especially with that early Nook ban, followed by a Sledge ban at both these teams. What was it? How does the saying go, Cthulhu? Funky bans?
Yeah, funky bands definitely one of the ways to describe the ban phase so far. But yeah, this is a rather interesting one. Not only, well, obviously you're banning out a set of grenades, that's also one of the more proficient sort of soft creatures out currently in the in Siege. So whilst you still have, players like, or rather operators like Buck, operators like Zephyr, like Ash, it's not per se as much of a crippling one, but it's in terms of the fact that you are crippling the sort of the hybrid play between almost the entry and that semi-support in terms of the breaching potential that the Sledge could be really bringing out. So you now have to basically split your decision as to what do you want to bring. Do you want to bring the frag grenades? Well, then you need to go somebody like Iana. If you want to bring the actual breaching ability, then you have to bring in somebody like Zoff, somebody like Buck, somebody like Ash, so on and so forth. So, look, that's definitely will be throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. Plus, I mean, the alibi ban definitely does sort of take away the ability to be that extra aggressive with the MX4 Storm. So, look, I reckon Fury might be on to something here, but for Gaming Gladiators, with their ban of Nook as well, you also sort of taking away the ability to just be able to almost free of charge lurk around.
Exactly it. And I mean, I'm intrigued to see what the strategy is. I mean, it was Dire Wolves that you and I last got to cast playing the Kavira on this map as well. It was
true.
Ironically, it was, if I remember correctly, against Fury, but a different Fury.
Wild. Yeah, true. Yes, I actually remember that match. I actually remember that one. Yeah, on Bank it was a rather interesting one. We did get to have quite a fair few memes as well during that one. So, look, for what it's worth, I'm curious to figure out what could be the end result out of it all, because we're clown on Kavira, but the moment you give Kavira the opportunity to get the interrogation,
Fury, so.
Hajime didn't spot the Cav.
No. Oh no! Dark's dead already. There's your Twitch. That is not the start at all that you were looking for.
Look, at least there's the trade, so Ape does fall, but losing out on your Twitch is very, very painful.
Yeah.
One could even say extremely painful.
Yeah, but I mean, look, not wrong at the moment. And as it stands, BG Man is not going to be able to use the what could have been the setup tool to get the Madness, but I9 connecting big with the Type 89. No more Warden either to clear out those smoke grenades, and from here things start getting rather interesting, because with that off the board, they don't necessarily have. Actually, I was going to say they don't really have any smokes anyway, but the flashes, there are still 6 flashes that they could have used.
Very much so. Still quite a fair bit of utility to go in for the dump. In comes the plant, actually. One C4 to be dedicated, but Joel gets shut down pretty quickly. C4 to be ripped and thrown, but already the opportunity has been missed.
Welcome to the Fury Show, ladies and gentlemen. Super Zaddy and Tolji both low, trying to cover. I9 does fall in the end, but collectively, I think that impact in pocket would be enough for both of them to go down, unfortunately. So at this minute, there you go, Hajime dropping Zaddy. And from there, things do sort of just come apart at the seams, as it were. Oh boy. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Especially not for Gaming Gladiators, who are looking to come into this with a big statement.
Yeah, it is sort of on Gaming Gladiators here to bring the upset, because, I mean, you look at the standings right now of the autumn season. Fury, if they score themselves a 3-pointer, it will put quite a fair bit of the split between, you know, themselves and, say, somebody like Dial, somebody like Elevate, that could start slowly but surely, you know, start gaining on them. Whilst Champion did manage to, at least for the time being, promote themselves up to 3 places. I mean, they're currently 2nd place, but don't count all the remaining matches. This could provide us with a very interesting sort of race for that sort of first place, because I reckon in terms of this season, this is going to be a much more closely contested season comparative to the summer one.
Indeed. DG Man looking for the Ying. We see Lycolis looking to bring the Monty again. And this is getting a little bit scary for this defensive side. I mean, they're going to have to lean heavily into the Wooden. They're going to have to hope that it pays off. Because when you're facing down a Ying and Lycolis, who's also bringing the EMP impact, by the way, there is a lot of setup and there is a lot that could go wrong for this defense.
Absolutely so. A lot of things could go absolutely haywire, which, look, could be problematic to keep constant track of. I mean, not all, let's best say, lost. Given that, look, Gaming Gladiators, as long as they can keep themselves sort of closer to something across the lines of maybe something like a 3-3 or 4-2. I mean, that's a decent already defense. But
indeed it is.
To date back to sort of what I meant, the statement I made before, you either know from bank completely through and through, or you just, well, try to wing it with the frags. So far, it seems like that's the latter is the Gaming Gladiators approach so far, at least.
RP takes some big damage. Well, I say big damage. It's some damage. We'll leave it at that. And already you can see the lifeline's going to work as they jump on in. Frostmat cleared out, and Hoven going to claim first blood. RP for 2, Yeesh. But no. It's answered back once again. This is big. Hoven, what a kill. Taken back by the nade from Hajime. But Tolji, this Gaming Gladiators roster has backed themselves here. They are looking to try and hold fast at the minute. It's Hajime versus Hoven, and Tolji still doable with a minute in play.
Absolutely so. With so many avenues opened up, he could certainly still do quite a fair bit of work, but with limited opportunities for those sidelines, this is where things will get rather dicey, because against the SMG-11, you need to nail each and one of your shots here whilst wielding the G36C. Now spotting the Orcs, Hoven will have to fall back a teeny tiny bit, but already a few pot shots are here and there, and the gas grenades are definitely preventing any sort of advancement. 36 seconds to go. Well, maybe Hajime might be able to nail a shot here.
Oh, sprayed through the wall by Hoven. That is absolutely criminal. Gets away with it too. They win the round, hang it up. But that could have been a vastly different situation if he'd been able to start that plant up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For Fury, this would have been a phenomenal sort of opportunity to continue their own momentum. In the early stages as well, that would have been rather huge, but unfortunately for them, well, Gaming Gladiators had a completely different plan, plus with Tolji being absolutely correct, as it is on the SMG-11, that was just a very clean, very sort of solid hold by GG roster. So for the time being, It is a 1-1. Fury, though, look, I'm looking at their lineup. The only thing that sort of stands out is the introduction of the KB, an operator that we don't necessarily see a whole lot, purely for the fact that her utility is very much niche. It requires for you to really play heavy emphasis on either roam clear or just playing off the back of those calls whilst you are looking to push to get the most out of that utility and out of that information. Otherwise, there are plenty more ways to really discover where your opponents could be or try to just rattle them. Even the sheer introduction of just Jackal himself would be a decent idea. But as it stands, yeah, look, we won't be seeing the KB. I've been bamboozled, and instead it's an Ashe.
Oh dear. Also, I mean, the Echo coming into play. We've seen some plays, and whether or not Tolji will be able to make that same sort of play here is going to be rather exciting. Try and catch you out and look at that out in the main lobby. Hoven there as well to support the spread once again from Gaiman, looking to cover all their bases.
Lycolis already finding that very nice shot onto Ape. Once again, does get the better of the Frost, unfortunately, for the roaming. Trap operator things don't really align as much as you probably would have wanted, but alas, it is what it is. At least the utility has been placed, so not a complete and utter waste. But GG, they're feeling very, very comfortable at trying to contest those angles, but in reality just being absolutely shut down left, right, and center, and they end up putting themselves in very awkward situations.
Yeah, they do, indeed. But we've seen they can hit their shots. Never mind, Lycolis on this rappel is doing some massive work. And that could definitely make things rather rough.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely disgusting.
The rest, this is foul. Absolutely foul that he's been able to hold that angle as long as he was. And if he can keep it up here, maybe, just maybe. Actually, yeah, you're right. I think this angle from Zeddy might be a bit dangerous for Fury.
I'm liking what he did as well. He tried to bait out the sound cue as well, but the frag grenade that nearly takes his life explodes into his face, forcing him to fall back. But the idea that he had behind his movement actually was quite big brain. So it's more so now onto Fury for just basically proof checking each and one of those positions. And look, unfortunately for poor Super Zaddy, things just didn't align as much as he would have wanted it to happen.
Yeah, also eating most of that help. Joe traded out almost immediately, so Zaddy and Tolji make that just Tolji. As you know, the situation could have been a lot worse, in all honesty, but no. Client goes down, no ability to deny, spots the player, he's in trouble, everything is exploding around him, he's panicking, it's not going well, takes team damage, and will be, unfortunately, just BG Man going down, but it is rather a quick succession of events. With Cthulhu, my god. Chaos incarnate.
Chaos indeed, but I suppose for Fury, this is the perfect environment to really thrive in this sort of chaos. I mean, introducing the way how they've even went for quite a few of the swings initially, a very coordinated, very well calculated sort of approach, definitely allowed themselves to open up a plethora of different opportunities with them being able to contest the top floor through the windows, with them being able to continuously keep up that sort of pressure even on the ground floor. I mean, the frag grenade that flew into the face of Super Zaddy didn't particularly paint too positive of a picture for Gaming Gladiators. So I gotta say, for Fury, they are holding on really, really well so far and continuing their run in a very positive way, whereas for Gaming Gladiators, look, maybe they're still adjusting to the way how their opponents play, because so far it's been a little bit of a, how should I say this, a little bit of a shaky sort of turnout. They're far from being, you know, a bad team. It's more so it seems like whilst they are looking to play for, you know, coordination and sort of cohesion in terms of just and intricacy in their utility play, for Fury, they see all this, say, haha, explosives and guns go brr, and proceed to just outfrag their opponents.
Yeah. with that. Obviously, claiming the lead back once again. Hoven on the pulse, though. No, actually, Hoven not even on the pulse. Arpe on the on the LA here. I'm expecting some cheeky shenanigans.
Yeah, look, Ape could do some rather spooky things with the Scorpion, given that 41 rounds in the SMG is a rather dangerous prospect. The rest of the lineup of GG looking to try to just even force a pace down approach towards the site, towards the just general entry into the building, which is far from being a bad idea. More so, the question being is, how will Fury be able to circumvent now with the introduction of the Flores, which unfortunately may just end up being dead in a brief few more moments.
Yeah.
Or BG
Man. Does he shot? But Hoven presented with the same opportunity, capitalizes on the health deficit. Colas on the drones, though, hunting for info. Whatever he can find here would be absolutely massive. So he will go to it. I9. Oh, elevated. Might have found the opening, but it's Lycolis again. Lycolis has found some massive picks for this team. I9 one. Lycolis again. This insane man. I mean, look, you talk about the run that this Team Fury has had. You confirm and where they were. Now coming into this, they are a front-runner team in Apex South currently.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it took them a moment to get themselves all, nice and sorted. But at the end, at the end of it all, or at least for now, they definitely seen a huge glow up. All down to Super Zaddy now to try to get any sort of points, but even then, none really be presented. So yeah, look, Fury do close out yet another very convincing round, which sort of now makes the question, well, with even their competitors elevate, making the big move, introducing Laxing to the roster. Once we do get to see, Fury contest against Elevate, I am very curious how will that really go, because that is one of the future games for possibly even this week, I believe. And I think that could be one of the games that could decide where Fury stands. Are they in fact that top one team, or will Elevate be able to dethrone them from that first position?
It isn't. Big talking point. Oh. Fury have had a great start to the map here on Bank. I mean, Bank again tends to lean towards more the attacker side of things. So
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're going to be quite comfortable where they are at the minute.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. For Fury right now, they're very much relaxed, very happy with where they're finding themselves. I mean, a 3-1 sort of lead over Gaming Gladiators out of all the teams. This is a phenomenal start for them right now.
Lycolis again, this Monty to come back into play. There is a lot working, and the momentum is there for Fury. They can feel it. You can definitely tell the way that they're approaching us. They're riding that momentum high.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, GG again. I think a lot of it comes down to, is this again the case of the post-major, debuff that we've seen out of so many teams?
That could be the case. Absolutely. The fact that right now for Gaming Gladiators, they just seem to be just unable to find that sort of the right footing. Certainly does play a rather cruel joke right now on them, with Joe falling as well, and Fury just able to just keep on pushing on. With Hoven fallen now, 3v5, definitely looks rather, unfortunate, unlucky, but at least Super Zaddy is able to fire back here.
Oh, what a nitro from Arpe, though, to answer back. With the cap can as well, we didn't even really touch on it. Being into play is a hell of a nuisance to have to deal with. Oh, boy. I mean, the fact of the matter, of course, being that they've got a minute 30 to work with, so they are quite happy where they are.
Absolutely. I mean, all things considered right now, the Fury being still in that 3v3, majority of them, bar Dark, were very healthy. I see that complete fall apart. Alpe just
sorry, what?
Triple out of middle of nowhere, sprays it all out, and gets what is the freest lineup. What was that? How?
Right, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Because being on the screen, I may or may not have thought that RFA might have been cheating there for a moment because everyone just dropped dead.
Look, man, too much ranked experience.
If there was a ranked game,
does get. Oh yeah, absolutely, 110%. Yeah. Look, any other situation, yeah. Look, call it all out as possibly as you can, or better yet, call it that one of the teams is boosted and the other one is just playing as it is. I'm not going to point any fingers at anyone, as I know probably at the end of it all, if we do get too far with some of these memes, Quick Draw will be sending quite a few stern messages.
It's 100% the way that it looked, because we were sitting on one of the Fury players, and then all of a sudden they would just all drop dead. It was a little disconcerting, if I'm being perfectly honest. But no, we know it's not the case. We saw the replay. But right now, as it is, where we are, Fury have the lead. They have the chance at the 4-2. Gaming Gladiators, though, they need to be able to deal with this Monty. That's the first ball to call.
It is interesting to me that we've seen already like Colas make so many absolutely phenomenal entries with the AK-12 on the ace. All of a sudden, that switch over to Monty feels like a rather daunting one, at least personally to me, because basically taking away one active gun out of your possible gunfights. Whereas, I mean, technically you could say the same thing about Joe, but at least with Joe with his shield, he could still keep pushing out the damage. Bye-bye I9, which is one of your hard breaches. Technically, up next on the hard breaching duty is like Colas. Most definitely like Colas. Oh no! What's happening?
Yeah, look. Unfortunately, there is shenanigans afoot, and BG man taking the RFA back. He's the last one alone. At least he's going to deny the flawless. Hopefully. Well, he already has. Never mind. RFA's dead. But yeah, there's next to no prospect of getting into the building comfortably with a clash on the board. Never mind, Joe's dead. Never mind. Forget what I said. Hoban's dead. Yeah, okay. Alright. Alright.
Man, what is happening?
In the immortal words, what
incarnation? Absolutely. Look, I'm more so just shocked from the fact that we go through 3 rounds of Fury, absolutely showing, really good consistency, very much sort of bit by bit, very serious approach. And then you look at, the 3 rounds that Gaming Gladiators took. One was off the back of them just legitimately just pulling a really solid 2-man hold. But the other 2 is basically, it just felt like Fury got so discombobulated with those Capcan traps, they just lost any sort of grasp on the world around them. With the way how things have been really going on. So I'm just, it feels rather concerning and just curious as to what is actually happening, what was happening behind the scenes, or maybe something that we just didn't get to see on stream as well. So yeah, look, Fury, whilst they still, in sitting relatively comfortable with that 3-3 scoreline, it still poses a bit of a question as to what exactly did really happen during their attacks, because they fell apart very, very quickly.
Yeah, Hajime looking to get here on their first round of the defense. Claims first blood with I9 unfortunately out of this equation. They do take Arthur back, so no Glads, which I'm still not quite sure how I feel about saying that.
I also feel it feels ironic to me that it's the Glass, the sniper, that gets outgunned by an SMG at the end of the day. Over the range as well.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege, everyone.
Hello and welcome to the game, indeed. Joe just crouching his way himself towards those service stairs, and already the prox alarms are going off. They have so much information on these game and gladiators walking into the building. Joe having a rather rough one in the grand scheme, but look at another one. EE1D comes out, primed and ready on the door. Do they have any idea that he is there? So, shots off. They will deter him for the moment, but I mean, the fact that he's already taking server control with a minute 50 remaining is huge.
Absolutely. Although, quickly reclaimed courtesy of BG Man, which certainly will make things a whole lot more easier and a whole lot more prominent. Plus, that is the line that was wielding the Impact EMPs as well. That is out of the equation. So no more of your riddance, or rather easier riddance of all the electronic utility. Told you, nearly getting a very nasty surprise in terms of just, oh, there's a hatch. Oh, they could have been watching. That would have transpired into a borderline a nightmare scenario there for Gaming Gladiators push. As it stands, though, they're just taking their time. Still got a minute 15 seconds to go. They could still just, take their time and opening up the hatches, opening up the opportunities. Hoven is about to just hot drop.
And he's in vault. Okay, completely uncontested. They have no players to cover this angle, so there's no one to know.
Corner.
Well, okay, so yes, I just saw the foot outline. Oh dear, and yeah, okay, Dark, the communication, it's traded back by Tolji. Zeddy down though, he's the last alive, but he's flashed himself, unfortunately. Not a great attack for the game and Gladiators. You can see they're being very wary on the side of Fury, not going to overpush their angles, not going to over continue here. The little pop play catches himself as BG Man does finish off Super Zeddy. I think this is likely, barring some miracle, yeah, it's going to be hard to lock it down. Fury claim the first of the half. Cthulhu, they're looking scary.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, between the conclusion of the first half and now the first few defensive rounds of Fury, they are 110% looking very, very scary. 3-4, definitely looking nice for a start, but tech timeout should come around, surely. Come on, there we go. We're on the timeout to just get the players hopefully back into the general swing of things. And hopefully we'll get it all rolling, but this gives us a very good sort of window of opportunity here to talk out as to what has been happening, plus for both of the teams a bit of a moment to reset their mental, because obviously I would imagine for GG as well, they could have gotten a little bit flustered amidst all of the plays, and I mean, a few rather courageous attempts at making the push.
Would you blame them? Honestly, I could understand why you would be mildly flustered, of course. But it's about being being able to overcome that unsettling situation. Fury should have a tech pause as well, which I think they've called in. Okay, so they have called that in as well. I was gonna say this this could have been.
Still waiting for the players to come around, but looking at the lineup of Gaming Gladiators now, we're looking to introduce Thatcher and Nomad. So GG are fully acknowledging that, the flank play could be happening, the need to, have a little bit more sort of punch to get rid of some of the electronic utilities there also. For Executive Lounge and CEO office, this would be a good idea, but problem being is that they weren't able to really establish any sort of, tangible control over their own positioning. So they couldn't even really, last time, get to the point of actually, getting through into the site comfortably and to even get remotely close to even planning. So right now they need to make sure that they're just not losing out on those, pardon me, that was Fury that I'm talking about, their attack, but for Hoven and Co, they need to make sure that they just don't get too flustered. They need to go in all together. They need to make sure that they don't lose out on those early gunfights, because losing out as well on the glass amidst that initial sort of rush definitely hurted them.
Yeah, indeed it did. Oh boy, this is gearing it to be a fun one. If I'm being perfectly honest with this one, I'm expecting us to go quite deep, and I still couldn't call it. I couldn't tell you who I think wins this. just because of how well both teams are currently playing, I'm expecting. I would be surprised if we escape outside of overtime.
Overtime will be quite a fitting way to really go into this very match between GG and Fury, purely for the fact just how chaotic so far it's been. From us starting things off more so in favor of Fury rather than GG in the first quarter, and then for GG to retake in the very same sort of chaotic energy to retake 2 more rounds to equalize the first half, definitely sort of imply that, you know, for Gaming Gladiators, they've been very much keen to, you know, get themselves all sorted, get themselves all in the running, and sort of just adjust their playstyle, because their playstyle certainly did not initially work out against the Fury roster, and it shows. I mean, winning away 3 rounds in a row definitely would have brought in a fair bit of concern for them. So yeah, look, return back to just the fracking playstyle is definitely a good sign for GG.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to lean into it quite heavily last stage to great success as well. So I think I would imagine in the coming weeks, when they head to slightly more conventional maps, I would argue like the Oregons that they've grown so accustomed to, they potentially could look rather scary. But right now, here on Bank, they are being contested. I think that's more because this map does play well for both Fury and Gaming Gladiators. If it was a different map entirely, this could be a very, very different scoreline.
Very much so, yeah. I definitely think that give us something like Oregon, like Chalet, like Club, we'll be seeing completely different sort of pacing between the two rosters. It is, though, worth mentioning that Fury so far has had a much firmer grasp over the defense rather than Gaming Gladiators, whereas whenever Gaming Gladiators did start, scoring their own points, it was off the back of just them more so just keeping up the mobility and being a very big nuisance to really deal with. So Fury so far having a really decent, really good grasp over it all, but I say that. I9 just completely
What season
dissipates
is
it all.
this? What season are we playing right now? My God, no way that we get the ATMs run out on rework Bank. Who would have thought? What a time to be alive.
Look, what a time to be alive indeed. It's definitely quite the turnaround, especially after us getting all keen on. Oh, yep, this is now a very thorough Fury. Yeah, this is all good. Next minute, it's the I9 run out. Also worth mentioning, Grim is out.
Yeah, I did. I wasn't expecting it at all, if I'm being perfectly honest with myself. But we do get it come into play. How effectively? Well, it's Super Zaddy to find the first kill. Oh, Cthulhu. Yeah, I've noticed something here. No respect whatsoever. That's a Furia ARX skin. Gaming Gladiators could have had the Fury one, but no, chose not to.
Yeah, completely saying nope. Don't care. Just actually, matter of fact, oddly, it looks like a similar color palette. So one could even argue that Furia's skin is the budget Fury skin. As we all know, though, Fury's skin design here is much more superior.
Oh yeah, everyone knows. Waifu buff +5. Unfortunately, not to be as Super Zaddy. Yeah, there you go, taken down by BG. I'm sure is running the Elevate Vector skin, which has the waifu buff.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Punished.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
For treason.
Absolutely bullied. Bullied indeed.
By the way, these protein bars are quite nice.
Like Hollis needed. Otherwise, he maybe would have survived. But Kendall is deep. Looks like they can get onto the site. I don't think I've seen. There we go. Joe's split down with the launches. I don't know how much it's going to provide for the team, as Hoven is already dead. Unfortunately, he's trying to cover with what he can.
There's the ping.
BG Man finds RP, the air jab's going out, and
Oh,
they're just going to absolutely get monstered. This is looking less than ideal. And I9 sends it outside. He started with a run out from ATMs. He finishes it with a jump out the window. Fury, another convincing round.
I9 being the absolute chaotic entity here for Fury. No fear whatsoever, which absolutely grants Fury here the 5th point that so far, I mean, been going pretty well, pretty sturdy, all things considered. Whereas for Gaming Gladiators, sort of repeating the sort of somewhat similar storyline for Astrape as well, where first half, looked promising, looked really good, solid contention. Second half comes completely washed away, unable to find a whole lot of footing. And I mean, when this sort of play comes around, when these sort of plays happen, when Elevated are able to lock down, I mean, Grim Pick is all great and all, but you gotta accommodate for the fact that there's going to be a lot of long-range angles. By far, I mean, the CEO office is one of the more treacherous ones, in my opinion, out of the whole of the bank sides.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Here, though, Cthulhu Fury within 2 of victory to keep themselves flawless so far this Autumn Cup. The onus there for Gaming Gladiators, who will pick up the Monty for themselves. I question the Grim Pick. I don't know if it would have changed much if it was anything else. At the moment, he really, as much as I hate to say it, doesn't feel like he adds a heck of a lot.
Yeah, look, maybe a few more rounds and we'll see those changes happen. If, well, a few more will be even allowed at this point, given that Fury only need 2 more to wrap it all up. Pushed by Hoven with the Monty here, though does come around as we're looking to get some momentum going, get some swinging, get some information running. In fact, there is going to be a plant right behind the shield. No C4 to be made, as unfortunately that does not connect, and BG Man does completely nuke the planter of Joe. So that's a 1-9 scoreline for GG. Not particularly the most promising one, I have to admit.
No, not at all. Nape in trouble. Hoven again going to go for the rear. God, I9 just drifting around. Big on it. I9's not slowing down yet. Hajime claims the last. My God. Fury. Unlethal.
Absolutely locking down all of the positions, all of the possibilities. Definitely look rather clean and classic here from themselves. I mean, you walk into the kitchen site. That initially looks completely locked out, but the way how Elevate managed to organize themselves is that they basically forced GG to go through one way or the other through a choke point. That is incredibly difficult to completely flush out. That is incredibly difficult to, make work. One could argue that, you could have opened up the window into the open area, tried to go for a few crossfires, but even then, you're struggling to find those very clear sight lines that haven't been really allowed by Fury. And the way how they held even the admin office, the way how they've held onto their life, including I9, who just got a bit of a nerf there with the shotgun. I gotta say, for Fury, this has been one of the more convincing sort of plays, especially against Gaming Gladiators. I suppose for them, this is at least about revenge.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Fury have been gunning for a top spot. From stage 1, even in the regular season, the last stage, they stepped up. They had a big improvement. Now, this stage coming in, if they can, they're gunning for not just Ops League, of course. They're gunning for Apex South as well. And if they can, I mean, it's really a case of just start the campaign here. I mean, this is this is sort of where you get the morale boost that you want. You can beat up on some of those, bottom 4 teams, take some victories against the top 4 teams, and then you go and use everything that you've learned, the momentum, the info that you're getting out of Ops League and take it into Apex South. And that's where things start to get really scary.
Very much so. Ready. What could be the final round here? Fury are looking to just absolutely cause an upset. I said that though, Hoven is already right onto the side, 2 minutes remaining, and the gas grenade starts to come around. This is actually a really good way to start baiting out that early utility out as quickly as possible, to force Fury to basically stick to just the gunfights. But this flank right now from I9 needs to go the perfect way. He needs to be a little bit more patient because he's just about to walk into the sightline of the, the Finca, I believe.
Dark goes down. They have Hoven on the site, or Impact Play looking for the angle, but where does he go? Oh, look at that! The interrogation as well! This is brutal. The info's there, and they have everything that they need, like Hollis Falls, though. Hajime on the job. The swing knows that there's 2 there. Doesn't have the nitro cell, unfortunately, but he's traded out by Joe immediately, so they flood onto the site. Look at the plant knowing full well that BG Man and I9 are upstairs, so BG Man having the majority of that health is going to have to be the one to make the big boy play. And he is going to find Joe. Loses a bit of health. The plant goes down, but Tolji locks it down. This could be absolutely brutal. Hoven finishes it off with a pistol, getting himself involved. They are going to hold on for at least.
This is quite funny. The fact that, the Caveira interrogation did come around. One would have thought that this is it. This is GG. The defense has the information, but that sort of actually ended up playing a rather cruel joke on them, and basically just forcing Fury to get extra aggressive, which ended up giving away their own round. Obviously, it's not yet nothing tragic. There's still a 2-round buffer, but regardless of that, it is quite an amusing sort of factor here, given that it would have been one hell of a flashy way to wrap up the whole series.
It would have been. Oh boy. 2 rounds to the half, or 2 rounds to overtime, round to victory. Not a heck of a lot of wiggle room right now, Cthulhu.
Yeah.
I wonder how much further this goes.
Oh, yeah. Look, I reckon there's still some opportunities here for Gaming Gladiators. They are one of the 2 teams that, or rather one of the few teams that went to represent APAC during the latest major. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to see a few more of the rounds to come out from them, but you are absolutely correct. They're absolutely being pressured here right now at a very, very difficult position. They're in a very difficult situation where they can't really allow themselves any further mistakes.
Exactly it. Yost to come into play. Purely to deal with some of those very dangerous guns that we've already seen. Fury can hit their shots with Hajime, though, running the TCSG. Could, but in saying that, I mean, look at Hajime's numbers. 3.0 KD in this game. Has been involved in 16 kills so far. 16 kills involved to the 4 deaths. That's colossal numbers.
Oh, that's huge effort right now. Surprising as well that Ape wasn't able to catch that roamer off guard. I believe that was actually a wild BG man that was able to just escape just nearly the overall push, and funnily enough actually keeps on holding on to the position. Dark as well getting the better of Super Zaddy as well. That will make things even more frustrating right now for GG. There's only 4 more players remaining before Fury will just be able to take the full 3-pointer.
Yeah. Nitro's going out as well. Push not connected, but the fact that Super Zaddy's off the board, M762 again would have been a key gun in some of these pushes onto the site. And hey, Ape, big kill there onto Dark. Takes one of the key guns off the board, but you've still got Sky Drone to deal with. You've still got those Bramble Thorns and BG Man with the big 50 cal. Unfortunately goes down to Joe, but it's about wasting time in all honesty. Now doing that spectacularly. The shields here for I9, holding the long angle. What a stare down. Come on.
What a play.
Come on.
Oh,
you can do it.
surely.
I believe. They're trying to...
This is the one tap off. Yeesh. Yeah.
They're both so... This is a game of whack-a-mole.
Yeah, I was just about to say definitely a game of whack-a-mole. With Holvin getting a little bit too keen though on hitting his hit. Oh, there it is.
Better step to the big dog. You better step hard.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet. As one said.
Joe gets folded as well. It's less than ideal. I told you the last alive. It could have been a lot worse. And the GG's called. Fury take a regulation victory here, Cthulhu, over the Game & Gladiators. And that is very big.
Absolutely. Huge turnout there for Fury at the end of it all. Look, managed to have some good memes, have some good fun, on top of the fact that they managed to, put up quite a show. And, well, yeah, that's our second matchup already all done and dusted, Panda, where, look, we're already halfway through to concluding our first playday of week 2, whereas, well, Fury do continue to keep on putting in the numbers. I mean, 9 points already for themselves. The closest team so far, well, Champion that just wrapped up to a 6-pointer. Direwolves and Elevate still have a chance to attempt to catch up, but for Direwolves to do so, well, they need at least another 3-pointer and then wait for Fury's demise maybe next week.
Definitely is making for a rather interesting run towards that playoff. And I mean, thinking that we've got our 2 other APAC South teams coming after this in the 3rd and 4th matches. But you look at the run. Fury, the most they conceded in a row was 2 rounds. I mean, they had a phenomenal showing in that matchup. Some of the best siege we've seen them play all year. They are, honestly, I'm excited for the remainder of APAC South with the possibility that, I mean, you go down in overtime to the Direwolves in week 1. They take down the Knights, the ANZ hopefuls in week 2, and they go up against Elevate next, this next play day. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they took a blow.
Absolutely. I would be very keen to see that happen because, I mean, you look at their sort of run so far, especially once Fury actually ended up picking up a Southeast Asian team. We have been going sort of in between, dabbling between, 8th and 6th points and the 2nd places, not yet providing themselves the 1st place and the big win, which this OPL season might just be the case, Panda. And I mean, same can go for our lovely viewers as well. Hashtag call your shots. You have to follow the channel as well, and it is only for PC. But the opportunity for 600 R6 credits plus the Operation League Southeast Asia pin, which is actually rather shiny as well, is a good chance, to score yourself some dubs.
Exactly, and I mean, we would hate to see people leaving without getting something out of this, of course. So you make sure that you get involved with everything that's going on. But I mean, Cthulhu, if you're looking at things out coming into a matchup like that, is that how we expected it to go? Because I mean, I was expecting overtime.
I'll be honest, yeah, I have been I wasn't fully expecting overtime. I was definitely sort of thinking that we will go, neck and neck, 7-5 sort of scoreline, where even the last round of the regulation would be very closely contested. But the way how it all sort of ended up concluding just made me feel like, well, on one hand, you have Fury who are still very, very much prepared, but at the same time, GG still have those sort of shine through moments where they can still output their own sort of, pain train. So I think today was just a mixture of sort of bad day for GG and a really sort of good overall performance from Fury. So going into some of the further games, maybe look, we could see an absolutely solid sort of play from GG later down the line.
Well, the great thing is, of course, that is only halfway through. When we come back after the break, we jump onto the Direwolves taking on Obsession, of course, for match 3 of the day, play day 3. We'll see you back after the break to kick it all off.
is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back, Cthulhu. We're getting ready to jump into our third map of the day, of course. It'll be a rather interesting one coming into it. Of course, being Direwolves taking on Obsession in week 1. Lose to Champ 7-5. 7-2 loss to Fury in week 2. How do we think they'll fare against Direwolves?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Obsession definitely had a rather upsetting turnout for themselves, really, where they had a bit of a sort of a wonky turnout, and same could be really said about even their general turnout towards the end of the summer season for OPL, where they had the whole storyline going for them, where they're a team that can perform a lot of good things, and I mean they have quite a fair bit of history going for them. But you look at the overall sort of performance stats, the overall turnout, how things really unraveled for them, and really it's been a very sort of hit and miss for them. So I think this matchup could be a big opportunity for them for the redemption, but in the same vein, they are playing against Direwolves, a roster that, look, they managed to actually pull off so far a pretty decent turnout. Yes, they unfortunately only managed to score themselves 2 points against Elevate, but regardless of that, they did beat Elevate.
Yeah, indeed. Coming into this matchup, of course, Obsession spent the last season getting a bit bullied, but around in the game seed. Maybe do you think this season, this is where they look to do some damage? If not, win the competition, maybe just upset some of those teams who are looking to try and make it into the playoffs.
I definitely think they could make it into the playoffs, and if not, then they could really play the big kingmakers almost. But on the side of Direwolves, they absolutely 110% have the chance for the contention for the top positions. I mean, given their general sort of run, the fact that they have been feeling rather well, even without Harambe, with Reaps coming into the play and putting out quite rather impressive numbers, it is definitely a solid Direwolves roster, whilst still keeping it all in a very sort of familiar manner.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see just what they can do. Of course, Silence, J Lucky, Roldini, Producer Boom, and I'm probably going to say this one wrong. Kenom Tway.
Me and Lan. Yeah, me and Lan ended up agreeing on going with Kenom.
Kenom, yeah, but I can get with that.
You can get with that, and that's good. But yeah. Basically, with the Obsession roster, Kenom actually did a pretty solid job, all things considered. It's just the issue that arose further down the line from it all is the fact that the opponents they were versing have been having quite a few more sort of steps going for themselves and a whole lot more progression. So, in terms of that, look, there's still quite a fair bit of that said progression to be made by Obsession, but I reckon they are on the very right track.
Yeah, indeed, and it's exciting to see, in terms of what they're going to be bringing to bear, how capably they're going to be able to battle this one out. So, I mean, there's possibilities of some cheap upset play, but they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to pull out what would arguably be one of the most spectacular performances that we will have seen coming out of this team in the last couple of seasons. But do you reckon what map would you send it to for them to be able to do that, do you reckon, Cthulhu?
Honestly, for Obsession, I think maybe even something like across the lines of a cafe would be not a bad shout here to go to, because it could be one of those maps where it keeps it nice and, I guess you could call it technically quirky, but anything else from that could bring a lot of problematic sort of turnout. So I'd reckon, yeah, but as long as it's not too experimental, we should see something really good. Actually, no, matter of fact, a Villa could be a great pick here.
Well, we'll be jumping at those in just a second, and I think, yeah, back to the structure, back to something that is a little bit more in that mainstream era of what we've come to know out of the Operations League, a little bit more structured, not as free-flowing as some teams are willing to play. And I think that could be what we're looking for coming into this matchup.
Yeah, a little bit more sort of construction, a little bit more of that, just general sort of connectivity, I guess, with the way how they're looking to sort of play their game, to play their pace. And yeah, look, between Border and Villa, look, I would have loved to see myself a Border, but in terms of just these two teams, it is understandable that we get to see Villa. It is one of those maps that still keeps its own sort of status where it's not as frequently played as, say, maps like Oregon or maps like even Chalet, but it is one of those pretty well-known maps, pretty well-known entities, so you can't really go wrong with it.
Not at all. So, in terms of what we have come to expect in terms of the meta for Operations League, unfortunately, I still am slightly leaning towards that. Realistically, this might just be a better map for the Direwolves, who are an incredibly capable structured team. So I'm keen to see just how well Obsession have prepped coming into this matchup.
Yeah, Obsession, it would be on them to, lead the charge here, to try to really come out with, with quite a bang and sort of see themselves, keep on pushing on from there on out. So I'll absolutely have to agree with you here, Panda. It is 110% up to them to just try to take full control of the general sort of pacing, of the general sort of conditioning here as well, of the overall matchup. So look, very much keen to see it. Keen to see who will also in the chat will be able to win out some more credits, as we've been giving them away even more. 2, I believe, already been granted sort of the giveaway win for the last matchup. So look, we could see some more people score themselves some more nice R6 credits. But yeah, look, Villa, I'm more so actually just even keen just to see what Direwolves will be able to bring out for themselves, because Villa can be an absolute wildcard of a map, really, to play around here between the two rosters.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot that can go into that veto phase, and just how it changes the dynamic of the map, I suppose, would be the best way to describe it. Do we see them lean towards, the comes so stable, Osa even able to ban Thatcher? So in the defense,
with Thatcher,
would be where I'm going.
With Thatcher, I'm still not completely sure as to what to really make of that, because on paper, again, like I mentioned before, Thatcher should be one of those operators that really would see quite a reduction in his pick rate, or rather in his pick of the bans rate. Whereas you look at something like like even Lion, really, at this point, seeing him out of the equation would be rather a big turnout, but instead we're yet to see that sort of happen.
Indeed we do. So we're just waiting for the game to get, of course. I mean, okay, look, we'll put it to you, Cthulhu. At the minute, where do you think the cards are going to land in terms of the overall score of this matchup?
Overall score, I'm still feeling like we are going to be seeing... I'm having two theories, and it may sound like a very much of a cop-out here, but it's either going to be an absolutely just a one-sided sort of dealing where it's just the Direwolves that are just showing off their capabilities, or it is going to be a full-on 7-5, because with Obsession's recent outings, I'm not really expecting them to be the ones leading the charge here in terms of the points.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all in that. Operator ban phase, though, as we look to get it underway.
Actually, I
Ying, the first ban, Direwolves. I respect it.
I respect it, absolutely, but it's something about the fact that it's Villa and Ying that is just like the unforgettable duo here. Of just the fact that this operator on this very specific map that's who gets banned out. That's who, catches the banhammer, which is
And the Nook.
absolutely wild to me.
Interesting pair of attacking bands there. Where do we have? I would have to imagine that we're going to see at least the Valkyrie. I would then also probably lean more towards the Kaid. But no, I say that would the third operator on the defensive band, like called, being the Azami. So, Creep, Mira, is it Cade? Where do they go?
Look, I reckon we could see a Cade, yeah. Cade ban, something across those lines could be quite rather big, but instead it is a Valkyrie that is going to be banned out of all of that. So Valkyrie actually is, yeah, it would make a whole lot more sense with getting rid of Valkyrie purely for the sheer idea that this is sort of one of those operators that universally is a very dangerous entity. So getting her out of the equation is great. Yeah, Azami out of the equation takes out that sort of extra flexibility in terms of how you want to set up your sights. The fact that it's the Ying, both Ying and Nook got banned out here is probably the biggest surprise to me, purely for the fact that we usually get to see either or banned out, not two at the same time sort of deal. So it's a good opportunity here for us to sort of see how both teams will be able to really play around that sort of play style, because with Ying out of the equation for Obsession, that means they can't really force their entry through these Candela charges, through the sort of very aggressive push, albeit they have more than one ability to do so. They have the ability to introduce somebody like even the Lion, like the KB as well, maybe even later down the line, to kind of pair it into an absolutely unbearably difficult combo to really battle against, or rather enjoy playing against. Whereas, I mean, you look at Direwolf's lineup, Kapkan, I think, is going to be one of the big shining stars here, purely for the fact just how impactful he was for GG during Bang.
Yeah, I suppose it'll come down to how well Producer Boom plays this Twitch, of course. Get the shot drones in, start clearing out some of that utility. They might just have a shot here, but I mean, on the whole, yeah, there's a lot of defense they've got to clear out. You know, barbed wire, inch null devices, they've got the prismas, the minutes, and then Jackie through all of it, of course, who will also be able to deal with the flash setup and all the rest. There is a lot, and plus Twitch is smoke grenades as well. So there is stuff in play.
Yeah, Producer Boom on Twitch could do quite a lot of really big stuff. Interesting to me that Roldini decided to actually opt into the M249 rather than the Power 308, so still trying to find the remembrance of the play with the LMG. I say that, though, that is a great trade between Silence and Pecan.
So that's not one of the ones that you see pop up in the kill feed every day, but there you go.
A DMR against the pistol, who wins? Well, it seems neither.
Okay, we'll call it a draw, we'll regroup. And unfortunately, yeah, not quite what would have been T-Souffle looking to hold this in. The new Direwolf skin as well in the 460. It's looking quite clean.
Absolutely. Definitely one of the cleaner ones out there on the market. Very simplistic design, though. Still has a little teeny tiny bit of that anime in there, so it gets the anime buff. Or rather, anime drawing. Ed, meanwhile, he doesn't need any sort of buff. He's a buff himself, really. Being able to just absolutely just obliterate his opposition, now leaving all down to Roldini and Canom to do anything, but they haven't even really made any sort of tangible progress towards the site. So, in terms of that, yeah, look, this sort of crossfire doesn't bode too well, especially when you have, Mr. Ned Flanders himself.
Taking some big damage there. Souffle to push in and close it out, of course. Right now, just a bit of early. Oh, look at that! Even homage being paid to the no longer an Apex South Chiefs. You love it.
Rest in Pepe's Chips. Either way, it is what it is. Yeah, I do spot a bit of a sussy imposter inside of Pecan. not rocking the Direwolves background. My man is pulling a few maybe spoilers. The counter rogue XD. Memes aside though, and probably I'll stop pulling those sort of very cringy memes as well. The Direwolves though, they held onto their ground really well. There's not much really to be dissected apart from the fact that they held their ground pretty well, and then you have an absolutely solid sort of hold between Jackie Wu and Souffle that just ended up completely collapsing the remainder of Obsession push.
Exactly. Right now, I mean, given everything that's at stake, the possibilities of upsets galore, Kapkan being stuck with, though, in all honesty, which is rather interesting.
Yeah, look, I mean, Kapkan still provides a really good sort of ability to just even keep on dishing out that passive damage if your opponents are not particularly too, too careful or too cautious. I say that though, Pecan does get doing this time without the trade to come around, so I suppose improvements straight off the bat here for Obsession, but now they need to make sure that they're not really running into all those Kapkan trap setups, because those ones are what's going to cause a lot of problems in the late game for Obsession, I reckon.
Indeed. Kanom does take down Jackie. You do pick up Jay Lucky as well, so it is a 5v3 effectively, but there's a minute. There is some big work to be done at the moment. And in all honesty, it does begin sort of here. Souffle, two players here try and resist. And it would be ED and Souffle that you want to be the ones to do it.
Indeed. Souffle being a very, very able player, actually manages to get the frag and escape, albeit did take quite a fair bit of damage, but that is a diffuser dropped. So now for Obsession, that's an extra sort of objective now being placed upon them. With a minute and a half, though, to go, they could still very much do this with relative ease, but I say that, though, Direwolves could still very much hold off right now on this whole push, as, well, Ed will be forced to just push back just a teeny tiny bit back. But as it stands, yeah, Ed keeps on outputting the damage. Souffle is still there for the crossfire intentions, but he won't be the one to really play around with the HP, given his very critical status right now. A single shot and he will be downed. But so can be said about Jay Lucky.
Indeed. Oh, that's a risky call. The health deficit there for Obsession. And that's diffuse control as well. Unfortunately, you've only got so many. Oh, no, he got away too. That's nuts. Can they thread the needle? The nade not landing on the Souffle. All it needed was a bit of a connect. And this could have been a vastly different story. One versus two. Make that one. ED is the one to clutch it up. Do you have faith? Is he going to be the one to do it?
I reckon he does. He has the 10 seconds. The time is playing in his favor, and even then, he doesn't even need the time. He is the one to score himself that very solid headshot. Surprised that the initial burst didn't really connect, but as it stands, very nicely done. Good aggression, and Direwolves do keep on holding on, but this round was definitely one of the closer ones. Obsession definitely managed to push Direwolves very, very close to losing out the round, and well, from there on out, it was a very, very spooky sort of situation when they were starting to, we went from a 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2, well, 1-0, no. Obsession lost. So quite a rather upsetting sort of storyline within the terms of the round number 2, but as it stands, still nothing too tragic. There's still plenty of opportunities here for Obsession to gain back, and I mean, once we do get to see them go into the defense, maybe this is where they will be able to find their own footing.
Indeed. But there is still 4 rounds and a half, so we're not out of this entirely. And the fact that it did get as close as it did in that last one speaks to a ability that maybe, just maybe, there is more. Which I hope there's more to be done.
Oh yeah, Very much so. Out of majority of those matchups, I will be expecting Obsession to, not let this completely slip out of their hands. But I mean, we also have the matchup that I'm kind of just tempted to call it from here on out, that the Elevate versus Varianx, where, look, if Varianx pull off any sort of win over Elevate, I would say that the Elevate would be an absolutely colossal mental bin, but they can't really be, because they now have... Eh?
They can't afford to be in the bin.
They can't afford to be in the bin, yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, things do recover. We'll have to see, though. Came on. Pushing up towards Classical, wants early information. The rest of Obsession not far behind him, in all honesty. Some big work right, trying to pour themselves back into this matchup.
Yeah. Introducing this time, once again, almost a similar lineup. Curious that they actually opted to completely back out from the line, which would have been actually a sound idea, sound pick for the push towards the dining and the kitchen. I say that Silence does get dropped regardless of which operator he is playing, as Pecan finishes him off with the with the C4 out of all the things. But yeah, look, this is a great opportunity here once again for Direwolves to capitalize onto the continuous sort of unfortunate results. Pistol out, Pecan up. Look, I'm not too sure if it's a meme, if he's just utilizing, if he's bringing in the shotgun, but regardless of that, the pistol feels like a bit of a sort of a last resort.
Direwolves just a Reaps. Takes down Kanon. Pecan there. Pecan with the pistol again. Is dead. Jay Lucky finds him, but Reaps there to answer for a third. Can he find a fourth? Here under Jay Lucky. Backs himself into the shower. Just jiggling around. Jay's going to head down. Interestingly enough. It's the call to Bansu Flay. He's going to bide his time. Has the health to do it here. Knows that there's one close. Has to burn the rear gate, but he says, no, my time. Come on. We've got things to be doing. Just swings the arrows and cleans the kill up.
Very nicely done. Third round in a row now for Direwolves, where they just... Well, first and third round was a very convincing one. Second round, they did get pressed, but I now get a bit of a feeling that it's more so just the sort of Direwolves' hubris that led them to that sort of situation back in round number 2. So going into this one, they are sort of seeming to be a whole lot more, concentrated, a whole lot more well collected together. Where, whilst we're still having, Pecan still on bringing in the PMM and trying to be the Agent Bond with the PMM, although slightly different weaponry, but resemblance is still there. Shame that the man is not running the golden camo, which would have been then good to make a reference about the golden gun as well, but alas, it is what it is.
Jeepers, mate, we can't, right? Come on.
Look, I mean, at this point, we're at this stage, I might as well.
Jeez, that's a deep reference. My God. Right now, though, look, I'm curious as to the commitment right now to the pistol. He can't. Does he? Either he takes. He's taking this so you know what I mean. He doesn't care about the matchup. Either that's the case, or he knows full well that this is going to be easy enough. I think Cthulhu has made a whoopsie, it would seem. So, hopefully he gets himself back into it. Still only the pistol. Pecan surely has another weapon to bear. At least one would hope. Does not seem to be the case. As the Rotero drones are looking to clear out some of this utility. And more basic set. You're back in. Roldini looking to clear out. Oh God, Reaps is he's about to farm big. Pushed up, almost. And never mind, he does.
Yeah, he still farms up. Org is an absolutely deadly weapon in the right hands, and I mean, now after all the plays, I mean, it is a huge weapon. So is the 417 DMR, because that thing hits like a truck, and Canom does more bubble with the gun finally. So plays no more thing, but look, I say this, Direwolves is still somehow managed to even up the player count.
They have Souffle and ED. Actually, no, okay, never mind. Souffle, forget about him. He's not having a great time. But ED and Jackie with 7 kills between them, 4 unanswered from ED. Putting up some big work. The Rotero drones still looking to clear some utility out. They've got limited information. Or that info, audio care, it gives ED the knowledge that he needs to tuck himself into the corner. Kanom's not going to have the angle. They don't know the swing successfully. Whoa. Jackie will assist. ED didn't even claim the kill there for himself. And there could be some big stuff on the horizon here for Dire. Will take a 4th. They find the opportunity. They are hunting for it. Jackie caught with a flash. And from Zombie, PD boom. Takes some big comes dead. Caleb, but it's Producer Boom to try and clutch up. For 30 seconds, they know exactly where he is, Cthulhu. And that is bleak indeed. This will be all but a 4th round for the Direwolves.
Yeah, look, gotta say, Obsession, they tried to pull off something. They tried to get cheeky with it. They nearly managed it pretty well. And I mean, the early contention of the 90 did sort of initially signal that it could be finally, the Obsession to really make it work. But as it stands, yeah, Direwolves were able to just absolutely yoink it away. Absolute handouts. And I mean, from Producer Boom, he tried to cheeky play with the air jab, trying to force off the Frost away from the ballistic shield. But even then, there was no real emphasis after that. Yes, the air jab sort of went off, but it didn't really grant any advantage in any shape or form. So it was almost kind of like a desperate attempt to do just something there for an Obsession player. And yeah, as it stands, at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if we will see a stick. No.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities in that. Whether or not they have a bit of fun, of course, probably be a big factor. So they are a team that does a bit of fun every now and then. Speaking of, Pecan has not dropped his pistol.
He's the thing true to the nature, only using the SMG just to open up the sidelines. And from there on out, looking to just keep on utilizing the pistol. I mean, it still surprises me because, I mean, looking at the PMM in Siege, it deals enough damage for the gun and the size of it.
Yeah. And in the game where a headshot is the difference maker, there is something to be said about that, of course.
You look at his damage numbers, 63 damage of up to 12 meters. It is absolutely mind-blowing because you could basically 3-tap somebody or 2-tap the 3-speed operator. It is not.
Wonder what. Look, there we go.
No.
Paul producing it because he just got 2-tap. Down to the 3 versus 3. Jay Lucky already in a bit of a struggle. That would have been prime time there for an opportunity to push into the site and take it. But Nitro from below from ED pings it out. The pre-placed, in fact. And that's big. If they can make the pre-placed work.
That could be dangerous.
Yeah, it could be very, very dangerous, in fact. So hopefully they get their communication, the info out. Because they will be looking to make something of it. Hey, Lucky with the Gemini as well, hunting for info. So they do clear out at least A. There's no one on the site directly.
Exactly so. But, well, I mean, speaking about the presence, there's plenty on the 90 homes. Does beautiful work of his own position, getting the better of Canom. Actually, still has some HP to keep on contesting. Decides to go in for a bit of a swing. Gets absolutely farmed up. At the end of it all, though, it's a 1v1. Jay Lucky scoring himself a triple before going down, and it's all down to Souffle, the one, the only. Full HP, but yeah, that's not the play there, Souffle.
Not at all. Things worse. One currently, I mean, still on for 5-1. That last round, we did throw a spanner in the mix.
Yeah, look, still a very solid sort of situation for Dial. This was what felt like a bit of a thrown conclusion round, but even then, yeah, look, there's still a 3-round buffer. We could possibly see the extension of it to a 5-1, so we're back into that 4-round buffer for the Dial. This is still a bit of a bleak sort of situation where they will have to put a lot of effort going into the DA. Should be able to
Picana has been
up
running the PMM for an
points.
entire half.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Picana will bring out the fuse just purely for the fact of running the map even then on the attack. I would not be surprised.
Sort of energy right now. Oh, what a world we live in! Time to be alive. Oh dear. Direwolves. Look, if nothing else, they're having a bit of fun with it. That's the main thing.
Oh yeah. That's the main thing. It definitely is nice to see that, you know, a team that, you know, can have sort of their own fun. They could do quite a lot of work. Unfortunately for Obsession, they're not having fun here. They're the ones getting all things considered, as Reeves just this time just has the audacity to just go for that spawn peek at the start of the round, and yeah, Bob's your nan.
Bob's your nan, indeed. Trying to clear the drone out. Unfortunately, Pecan goes down. So no cheeky shenanigans there to be played out with the PMM for the remainder. Could have been better. Would have rated it. Unfortunately, not to be.
In fact, that is the case. Look, at least it's an even Steven sort of ground. Maybe for Obsession, they can make it a 4-2 scoreline. This is going to be a much more pleasant sort of ground to really work around. Maybe that could at least nullify, at least partially, the general sort of efforts that have been made. You know, loses sight of his drone, and as well as that gets spotted by the Echo drone, not able to absolutely shut it all down pre-fire, through not really making things any better at all.
Could have been better. Definitely could have been better. And well, Jay Lucky better swings out onto Jackie. Does claim a big kill. ED. And I mean, you're halfway through the round. You need to be getting up and above, because the site obviously being above you and all. Now I'm gonna have to start moving. It's willing to not to shy away from a contest. Neither are the rest of the Direwolves, and Reeps as well. Reeps has been having a phenomenal game. ED 7-1 currently.
Oh yeah, ED has had a phenomenal run so far, all things considered. 7-1 scoreline definitely proves that he has been an absolutely star performer. 8-1 now.
9.
Make it 9-1, 10-1. Double digits as it stands, but now fallen.
Get correct. ED. Producer Boom better confirmed. Shuts it down. Reeps in a bit of trouble. Tagged up, but Producer Boom with more bullets than health currently. Could find himself at a pretty rough spot if he's not careful. They've got the players to pinch on 26 seconds remaining. They should be forcing this one up. They've got the cross mats as well to deal with, not to mention the three. So hopefully, yeah, okay, those shots should have given away Producer's position. Air jab goes out. Doesn't have the utility. Has drones to clear out the Saria gate. He's going to walk through Reeps, but can't hit the 180 quick enough. There you go. 5-1.
Quite some finesse on that sort of swing. Provides that very nice scoreline for Direwolves. Only 2 more rounds. On the attack is really what is needed for them to make it all work, to, well, score themselves that 3-pointer to keep up the contention, to keep Fury on their toes. Because right now, basically the main sort of outcome that could have came around from this very matchup, if Obsession would have made the upset here and gotten the better of Direwolves, that would have been a very big play for Fury as well, because that would have separated them very almost clearly away from all the other teams, and that would have allowed them to have at least 1 week buffer of, say, an unfortunate loss. But now, with the way how Direwolves are performing, we're seeing yet another really strong team that could do a lot of damage to the standings of Fury in the later stages of OPL.
Yeah, most definitely. Direwolves sitting on the attack. Pecan, Cthulhu, Pecan, and Sufai. Shenaniganry is afoot. I am here for it. The new game mode, Pecan unleashed.
Very much so. Pecan going from the PMM shenanigans now onto the CSRX. That's one heck of a way, really bringing in the contrast onto the play. In comes the denial of the Selma charges, and so far this is all looking nice and pretty this time. Yeah, the Selma charges won't really allow themselves to get impacted. So yeah, so far so good, and both of the impacts have been wasted, but this time quite a lot of presence around that doorway that could mean problems for Direwolves' push.
Indeed. Oh boy. He can't. No, I'm kind of keen to see him put the gun to work. Hey, nom. Poor bloke sticks his head through the doorway. Says, "Hold on, who's this bloke coming in my window?" Has it shot off. J Lucky soon that, and it is quickly falling apart right now.
Very much so, yeah. Obsession so far not really having a very firm grasp onto the situation. Trying to do just with the way how things been really going, it's been a sort of turnout. Yes, an attempt to really, board for the points, but as it stands, it seems like the Direwolves are just one step ahead, or better yet, just one frag ahead. The CA cluster charge killed, because with Souffle falling yet again, there's not particularly the most brightest sort of setup for that to happen.
Look, the odds are looking less and less likely as we progress through the evening. Islands holding this angle. As producer Boom looking down, you need to connect your shots there. Reaps not let get the best of that opportunity. Pushed off the angle, trying to find some canister though. Might just deny the plant. Jackie's gonna go down before he can stick it. Pecan! That's not the gun you want in that situation. Cthulhu. Bag well and truly fumbled there. Silence almost had the opportunity. Couldn't make it happen. Take it out with a pistol.
Yeah, this is a rather dangerous sort of turnout so far for Obsession. No more of the leeway, no more of the chances for any sort of progression any further. But Direwolves, yeah, look, just another day in the office. Really can't be able to, well, they won't be able to really fumble from here on out, it seems, because with the way how they've been going, with the way how things been really so far unraveling for them, they have been well and truly in control of the momentum. The way how players like Ed, players like Reaps have been performing, it has been a very impressive turnout. Whereas you look at Obsession, unfortunately, the only person that has seen a good sort of performance is J Lucky, but even then, only one kill separating from evening, or rather one death separating him and even Steven 1 KD.
Exactly it. We are going to see it coming again.
10 seconds remaining.
Think
5 seconds remaining.
in the grand scheme, the possibilities of some shenaniganry to be afoot, which you're always, let's be honest. I rate the Souffle pick.
Look, Souffle just still can't let go of the, the old pain. The fact that the LNGs got nerfed, the fact that, well, still Fuse is maybe not part of the meta. I don't know at this point. Look, I'm just here to enjoy some explosive siege as it stands to play. Is already trying to let the LMG rock itself, and instead it's Ed's body that gets rocked with the UMP-45.
Yeah. What eating? And we are seeing Direwolves sort of unfortunately fall into this trap of bad habits, so to speak. Where they they find themselves so far ahead, they don't feel like they play at 110, but they can just have a little bit of fun along the way. And as a result, they throw away some lives.
Yeah, maybe, wanting to spice things up a little bit. Maybe they wanting to just get it overdone with, and maybe they just starting to get a little. Who knows? But the reality of it is that really for Direwolves, they not really risking anything by introducing a few replays. I say that though, if he would have expected, he would have had a nominal entry point for his own rush.
That is exactly. And oh boy, Reapsy finds himself shot tagged a little bit. They are still using the lance to try and clear the wall, but because it is in play, they have the utility to burn. That denial going to the final minute. Kanon finished Reaps 4 versus 4. Jackie with an A, take as well. 3 versus 4, and you can hear the charges going. Silence wants to contest down to the study balcony. You can find an opening there. It would definitely turn the tide, but you can see he's playing it so very slow. Does go down. Jackie would follow, but Reaps Khan, the last team it would seem. Khan gets himself in to help Souffle with twins remaining. Reaps worry about this. Done. Thing in his leg. Clears it out. Spots a player from Vault. Reaps might be the hero. Wolves have needed all along. Cthulhu. Shots on. Traded back. Reaps, of course, takes it. There you have it. There it is. In stone. My God,
no
what a match.
Shot. No way. Ed just hit. Poor Obsession for thanks for Scrim.
Tell him
Nice,
he's wrong.
man.
Tell me he's wrong.
Look, not wrong at all, because that definitely quick scrim, quick run through. Gotta test out some of the plays. I mean, given the fact that we've seen half of the match, or actually more than a half of a matchup of it being played out with a PMM for one of the players of Direwolves, it's all understandable considered. But I mean, what a turnout!
Third victory there for the Devils, and ironically enough, third as well. Who will hold first place, of course, until play day. Elevate if they can maintain their position at the moment. They're the only could really jump up the leaderboard at all back of this, and my God, yeah, that round 5.
Yeah, look, not much to be said really about this one. Basically describes the whole general situation, apart from, I believe, round number 2, where Direwolves nearly thrown out the round. It was, well and truly their one to really dictate. Villa certainly seems to be like a very comfortable ground for them to just win out the matches really, really well, especially against Obsession, who are currently, unfortunately for themselves, in a very down bad situation. But look, suppose it is what it is. That's third matchup all done and dusted, and I mean, Direwolves certainly looking like a very deadly entity.
Oh, most definitely. They've gotten over the post-Charlotte Major Blues, and they are back in form, looking to. I mean, they've kicked the post-Major D, as it were. Going to bounce back with some real into stage 3 and the Autumn Cup. They're doing just. I mean, I would imagine that we're going to see them hound Fury, having obviously not had the opportunity to take them on just yet. I mean, it's league, of course, but the fact that it was an overtime victory on Skyscraper for the Direwolves in APAC South, I mean, it indicates how close a matchup that really is.
Absolutely. Look, it shows us a really good sort of general trend that I'm very much looking forward to seeing how will both Fury and Dire Slash further down the line in the Operation League, because I reckon this is where we could see some very, very interesting sort of strats to be brought out. I think this is going to be one of the more, performances as well from both sides. But as it stands, look, for the time being, both teams get to really chill at the top two, and kind of from watching at all the other contenders, because up next, well, Elevate versus VXR, or rather VXZ.
That's exactly it. And I mean, this next matchup could round out our top four going into week 4. Of course, Varianix actually with 3 points, tied with Champion and Endgame and Gladiators there, or at least were tied with Champion, who have now jumped up the leaderboard. But they could, in theory, surpass both Gaimin and Elevate to rise into the top 4 off the back of a successful match. Right, to a break. When we come back, we jump a match of the day. Exciting stuff.
Don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction, fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking, get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. One game to go. It's 3 done already. Cthulhu, we head into our last match of the evening. Comes Varinex taking on. I mean, you talk about lofty heights, you talk about big games ahead. So far, Varinex has taken Game and Gladiators. They lost their 7-0. They beat up the Straight in week 2, taking them down 7-3. Now they're back against one of the Apex South teams. I think, are we back to a similar show? One, do you reckon?
Yeah, I get a feeling that we might see that very case here, Panda. Given that, for Varinex, it's been, definitely a rough one, especially back on border against GG. It's very, very dicey. The one thing that we can really take away from is the fact that they have a few really decent setups for the attack. Very much depends on which map they do end up, of course, playing, but they are still a very able team that can really quite well, all things considered, whether it's defense, but also defense being their main sort of tool in the toolkit. So I'm hoping that we do get to see something very interesting from them, because they are very much looking forward to that. I've been very much excited to see how will they be able to perform, because I mean, going to something like Bank would possibly cripple them. Even Bank, Villa, Skyscraper, those sort of off-meta maps, they would be problematic variants to really deal with, especially against an entity that is the Elevate.
Yeah, indeed. And you look at the Elevate probably one of the most, if not the most Southeast Asian team in most six history. There may be only a handful in intense. I mean, you look at Elevate, they've been to the Sixth Invitational, they've been to the last major. In fact, made it out of group for the first time in how long as well, which is amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Elevate definitely are one of the few role models within APAC region in general, whereas you look at Varinex, the roster that only just now managed to make it into OPL through the open qualifiers, same way how Champion ended up qualifying. And I mean, for all the right, these are the players that managed to actually put up quite a fair bit of a show. Unfortunately, though, some of the records and some of the stats not yet as shiny as, say, the Elevate roster. But as it stands, look, it's still a team that I'm very much curious about, because I haven't really made up my mind where do they sort of stand in the overall standings within OPL. But I think this one should be a okay-ish sort of way to gauge it. I think the closest one that we could get to see from them would be a matchup played against Champion.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, the fact that they've already picked up a win here is rather impressive. So, I mean, look, there's some big action that's coming out of their ability to show up. And if they can even a handful of rounds off Elevate, that would be big in and of it. So, look, I'm excited for the possibilities. They have the opportunity to show up here in a big way. They could potentially even just take, like I said, if they could even just take 3-4 rounds. 3-4 rounds would be, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd say 3-4 rounds would be a really good sort of showcase from them. The camp contest, big teams, big name teams like Elevate in such fashion. So I certainly would think that this could be a great opportunity. But yeah, like I said, could be one of those maps that could really cripple chances to take those said rounds. Because, I mean, seeing as Clubhouse were the first few bands of Elevate, they knew exactly to go to take on the newcomers, to give them, the full spectrum of what it feels to go into and to verse some of the APAC South teams.
That's exactly it. Very, very big possibilities on the horizon for this roster, and I mean, at the moment, it's probably just another step on the journey rather than anything else. So, significant consequence. I think you can probably argue quite safely. It's one of those situations. They have absolutely nothing to lose and absolutely everything to gain. So if they can walk the victory here, they'll be absolutely stoked.
Oh yeah, victory would be absolutely an amazing way to really build confidence here. So maybe looking forward to attempting to perform this league against Elevate. It's easier said than done, but I reckon we could bring something on the horizon. Nook ban to come around from Variangs, they fully acknowledging how impactful the Opera could be. I mean, given status with the so longer crippling the FM9's damage output, it is a very dangerous entity to really play around with. Thatcher out of the equation. Look, Elevate just went into the basics, albeit again, sort of feels like a more so just a sanity kind of ban.
Most definitely. 100% agree that is the likelihood here, but it's interesting to see where it ends up. Valkyrie, understandable. I mean, what can Variant X try and upset this?
Look, there is definitely a possibility. I'm curious what is the last ban. Okay, Cade. Given that, imagine Elevate to bring out a couple of the Cade lineups maybe here, just more so just for stand play and just for the ease of use to multiple walls. But as it stands here, look, TV room is certainly a good sort of start here, and given that Variangs do get to really play around with the defense first, does give them probably the most optimal chance to start for their own selves.
Nothing crazy out of the ordinary for either of these teams. Onigiri, I mean, people might argue that is an out there pick of the Dokkaebi, but I mean, what currently holds a kill record with Dokkaebi from the 6th Invitational of this year, so it's a pretty spectacular pick on the whole. But on the side of the defense, yeah, it's all pretty basic. The Italian duo and the Mason, the Alibi, the Goyo, the Smoke, the Wamai, a lot of denial being brought.
Yep, I mean, it seems like kind of fully acknowledging that if not for just the positioning, they need to make sure that at least even with the utility, they should be able to hold off the overall onslaught of Interesting to me that, well, actually, no. So for a brief moment, I wanted to say, oh yeah, this is an interesting pick for Onigiri, but we all know he's an absolute fiend when it comes down to using MK14 EBR. So he would be feeling right in the element. But funnily enough, it does take quite a substantial amount of damage himself.
Yeah, you can't expose this situation. Elevator a roster who historically have been able to punish some of the best in the world. You present those openings even for just a moment, you're probably going to get slapped quite heavily.
Very much so. I think for Variance as well, if not like fair few rounds, would be a very good sort of learning where sort of the strats that they think could be good to, if they get punished quite severely, once they get punished, it will be a severe one, especially courtesy of I reckon for them to sort of to test from the setups could be a good shout. Already getting rid of Onigiri though in the early stages of the matchup certainly does provide quite a good starting ground for Variance to really get themselves going. But I mean, yes, you know, one legend, you still have 4 more legends to really verse against.
Yeah, indeed. There is, I mean, the fact that Elevator playing this as passively as they are is kind of bizarre. I mean, they're a team hyper aggression. They are going to get up in your faces. They are going to quite take gunfights, and they're not going to apologize. The fact that this is as slow a bank as already is rather interesting.
Absolutely. So yeah, this sort of the initial setup definitely feels like it off-put a little of the way how Elevate usually play. They wanted to get extra aggressive in the initial sort of stages, but certainly doesn't look like that is the case. Also worth mentioning for Elevate, one of the newer players, no DCH today, X, that is playing going to be playing for Elevate. So that could also possibly be, you know, the opportunity for Variance to really throw a few spanners in the work here for Elevate.
I mean, Angry X has been on the sub of this Elevate team for a long time, so I would imagine he's had to deal with the crew. He's a good own right. I know that much back because he was scouted. DG man, one of them was scouted as they before they even hit 18, and they were added to the roster as a sub until they turned 18.
Yeah. Look, maybe this is where we get to see him shine, but as it stands right now, it's an absolute bloodbath. As a matter of fact, Variance actually kicking off their own round very, very, very clinically, I have to say, because yeah, look, this was an absolute washout of what was the hold from them against the Elevate's push.
Most definitely. Here next, they do better than they did in week 1. They claim a round against one of the Apex South teams. So if nothing else, they take that away and they walk with it. But what they're here for, of course, here for the whole log, trying to chip away at Elevate roster.
Absolutely. I mean, if they can, on doing so, on bank out of all the picks, that is a big opportunity here for Variance to verify themselves in an OPO. Or you know, it could kickstart a completely different sort of story. It could start talking about, well, what is actually Elevate, because given that they were, the dominant entity in last season of Winnow, I'm not even going to start talking about, the general sort of world presence. For them to drop down to the fact that they're losing to some of the newcomers, could some problems. But again, this is the first. It could be legit as it could be just sort of Elevate more so, testing their own grounds here.
Capability. As a 4-stack, you mean?
That's the one.
Guys, we're going to the next major as a 4-stack. We don't need DCH. Ground cheering us on.
Surely DCH will come back later down the line for the up. because I think the next one will be one of the more important ones for Elevate throughout the first half of OPL. But round 2, adjustments have been made. The introduction of Twitch to just try to get rid of some of the ability setups should provide a fair bit more sort of knowledge, a little bit of clarity, plus the introduction of Lion would make it a little bit easier to play off that sort of momentum, to have a little bit of an edge. I say that Peter might be in a little bit of a trouble here. Okay.
It's on. Not the greatest of guns to be running around bank. You make do with what you can in these instances. Daryl obviously too big older 5.56 has stuck it out for a second round in a row, but we're getting plenty of information here as across the halfway mark of round 2. So nowhere defenders are done chip damage.
Indeed. Already spotting quite a few of the members as well, the drones or the Peacocks. This is a great opportunity here for Elevate to, gain back. Although, once again, a much slower approach, but ready to make an entry into one of the key point positions. Mr. Punch looking to make an entry into the tellers, and from here on, this could be the place to start escalating the problems for Varianx.
This on the ground, Mr. Punch in deep. Look at Mark, the answer back. The first blood of the round, courtesy of Strike, and that already down 2 with so far this map. Mr. Punch trying to split the difference here. They will find Zest, finish him off in the end, courtesy of Sapper. They know this player's at deadly spots right now. Onigiri for 1, but it's answered back with a vengeance. Varianx Cthulhu coming in, having newly qualified into this competition. Might be the ones to upset Onigiri, though. Proves why the best in the region. The 2 versus 1 is not good enough. The 3-piece and the double combo. Elevate the type score.
Ish, okay, yeah, that's quite a return to form from Elevate. Given that the first round sort of more so was just, just a test, just a prank there from Elevate to get everyone, on their toes, get the casters as well. A little bit on
Onigiri. We don't need DCH. Oh my god, we need DCH.
Somebody please bring DCH. Oh my lord, it's all falling apart. Now, the thing I will say though, in the past few days, Onigiri was wearing a really cool headband. This week, he's not. AKA the coincidence of round to Varianx, I think.
We do have the Azami back into play here for Peter, and handing off the castle elsewhere.
Strikes. You can have your fun with it.
I'm keen and how Varianx do it.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the setups at least looking out of all the things. I'm liking this sort of play with. I almost want to say how we've seen just our second matchup just being played out. A very sort of expanded, very open-minded setup, but for CEO Office, this double setup actually is kind of big brain, I think, unless it's just a missed sort of throw of the Syria gate, but so kind of just sorting around, trying to find sort of the right positioning.
Yeah. As it stands, though, we do see the Chimera play for Elevate. The Finker line combo, not one that we've seen run collectively in this state, and it is Mr. Punchy, yeah, the LMG. Interesting.
We gotta respect the grind, respect the play here from Mr. Punch, trying to just make the LMG work. To a certain degree, the LMG is just, you can't really hold down the left click for as long as you would. So there's still plenty of opportunities to do so. Both Syria Gate, well, not Syria Gate, pardon me. The the Azami barricades have been all now extinguished. As Striker's just being pressured more and more from this position, but actually to stick around and, well, finds his own demise.
Indeed. Find themselves on the back foot here. Can they guys and bring it back? I don't know. And Mr. Pop straight across, cleans the head. Mouse 1 goes hard in a clutch situation. Well, does too. And only Giri guts him down at a big close quarters. Mr. Punch can do no more. Cthulhu hit the final 45 seconds of this round. It's Angry X, the super sub, taking on Hellboy. This 1v1.
Both players right now could do a whole lot of big play. Hellboy trying to bait out some sort of a move to get off the user, but right now knowing full well about the position, actually lines up a solid. And well, that's yet another win for Varings. Very much pumped up. Hellboy very much stoked about that sort of result. Yeah, look, Varings pleasantly surprising me so far.
Yeah, they're holding it together quite well. They aren't letting things get too far, of course. Which, I mean, we've seen how many times now really back teams. Hellboy was able to bring that from a 1v3 all the way back was rather impressive.
Oh, as it stands,
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
This is looking quite promising. Promising, though, in terms of the fact that Varings could keep on chipping away from Elevate's setups of confidence, maybe to a certain degree, but the way how they've been playing so far has sort of felt like it's somewhat difficult to sort of read in, but at the same time, it still tends to a rather sort of simplistic outcome where it ends up sort of draining majority of the time and the and forcing those sort of baseline gunfights to really erupt. And this is where Varings thrive, or at least been thriving for the past couple rounds. So, I reckon we could see some rather interesting, some rather spicy sort of setups.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's possibilities, as we've seen with Hellboy in his clutch just there. But it's not a guarantee, especially when you now see the change at the not just the Dockerby as well.
Yeah, the Jackal is a rather curious pick. I mean, in the current setup, in the current stage, yes, the C7 did get a bit of a nerf, but he's still a very powerful. It could really force quite a number of plays to really happen. So I'm very much curious to find out how will he be able to, play in tandem. It is like even the Yang to sort of be aggressive up front sort of pressure onto Varings. Maybe it will really make a play, but I say that it's a full down.
Gonna go for the Fuchs in. The Falcon right here, elevate, ready to go. But do they know smoke grenades should really give it away right now? It's rather rough in scheme, so they are going to have to make a bit of a cut effort to try themselves in and make it play itself. The shots coming in to Zan as well as Mark is the one planning. Peter and Hellboy have to clutch this up 2 versus 5. The crossfire is very effective. That's huge. Right now, Hellboy, I don't think he's going to be able to clutch this one up.
Yeah, this is the round for Elevate to really break the mold, to really switch things around, and it definitely looks just absolutely clinical. A very solid, very good turnout as it stands, and yeah, round 5 certainly starting to look like Elevate might just be able to start running away with more and more rounds for themselves, at least go in conclusion of the first half. Sort of a 4-2 scoreline would be something that I would be expecting from them, but Varings has been able to, keep up on a number of occasions against their opponent. And so maybe even a cheeky 3-3 to be upon us could be one heck of a way to really go about it. But from there on comes the question, will they be able to handle the offense? Because had those sort of setups previously. I mean, we even look at just the previous even matches where first, yes, great, amazing contention. I mean, you look at even the previous one, a Strape versus Champion, 4 rounds for a Strape, and then from there on, complete flop on the attack. You look at even the DW versus Obsession. The only time where they were able to do it, only, well, 1 point in the attack, but second half, well, definitely didn't really get going for them. Fury versus GG. GG, again, scored 3 points on the defense on the attack. So I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern here. And from here on out, I rather future for the sort of the trend continue.
I mean, like I said, it's amazing by the fact that they've tied the score up against now is impressive. They just bow under the pressure and were actually able to bring somewhat of a cohesive game to the into Playday.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, look, none of these rounds have been ones that could not have gone his way. So I think, I say that Mr. Punch is already through dirt control, and unfortunately Hellboy is eaten some lead.
Indeed, it does look like it, with Hellboy out of the equation. That's the Vector gone. One of the Vectors gone. A lot of gunpowder up. So, well, for Variants, they still have the ability to hold on to this position, but with already a very quick entry, with a very quick breach as well from Elevate, this is a much more accelerated play to come around. Big, representatives on the big, on the global sort of scene. So, with C4 out, this is easily dodgeable with Sapper as well, getting the better of this, looking much better, but Lord, double trade that I didn't expect.
Yeah, Peter. It's the big shots. I mean, the fact that they've got not just the Goyo, but the mid well. There's a lot of utility that keeps them spot to be able to make plays around. That is just not favourable at all. And you can see it playing out once again. Strike, hitting some big shots. Rex trading a Daryl. Well, spotted by Onigiri, but he just straight up wins it.
Ooh. And just like that. Nice and quick and concise in that sort of play. Variants, look, I gotta say, maybe I was too doubtful about their play, and maybe it's something just one of those like play days for Elevate that they just not feeling themselves, because this sort of turnout. I mean, now it's Elevate that are being pressured to, try their best to not really throw away any more rounds, make it a 3-3, and then kind of recover themselves going onto the defense, because this is definitely looking a little bit problematic, or maybe I'm sort of putting up just the show here. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, imagine 7-0 in week 1, taking the victory over Strape. Look, let's be honest, we weren't quite sure what to expect, but realistically, Strape had the hardest run last, so easy pickings for most people. But then to come being one round away from taking the halfway from Elevate, that's huge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've been talking about, how will they be able to fare against this sort of big caliber team, whether the pressure will get to them, whether it will, allow them to really thrive in this sort of environment. And so far, it seems like that is, well, the latter is the case here, where they're able to just keep on, growing and further, readjusting their playstyle a little bit more. The only rounds that they're really able to run away with are just those. They try to just sort of break them, try to do something. And as soon as that gets sort of read into Elevate, just kind of seems almost, well, I'd hate to say this, a little bit almost toothless.
Yeah, I mean, wherever the case may be, the fact that I think maybe DCH not being here to play today has bitten them a little bit hard. Sapper though does not. Yeah, Sapper is one to worry about the follies of mortal. He is bringing the blitz in. He is hunting. He can smell blood, and he wants it. He wants it for himself.
Absolutely. Already, first blood drawn Daryl is the one to fall to the hands of Mark. Well, the DMR is just absolutely devastating in the hands of Lion. The French DMR is deadly piece of equipment. And we're looking at, well, once again, this time Elevate, breaking that mold, making that play. Mr. Punch once again going for the push, and the plant is starting to also happen, courtesy of Mark.
Okay, time when you've got big team and they aren't going to waste time whatsoever. Tossed, and it's enough to deter for the moment. Sapper in trouble. Fished off. Aggressively into the angle. Only Geary and Angry X, though, fight back humanly. Down to 3-3 half in the end.
Yeah. Sort of what we were somewhat expecting. Really nicely done. Very, very clinical. Conclude the first half. Now in comes to I was just going into the half for the Elevate. This could mean that we'll really start, actually experimenting with some of the setups and plays. Given that, if we thought that was struggling on the attack, defense should be a double time for them, especially on bank. Other days, sort of, getting back into the general swing of things. This should be a somewhat similar lineup like that. We had a number of operators that could go for the roam, and I wouldn't be surprised if, they will go for a roam. But actually, extra setup around the service stairs is looking to be made. So, not as much as I personally thought.
Exactly. Mark not wasting any time. Of course, he's quite happy to push out. Strike now going to try his hand at the blitz. Obviously, we weren't aware of that blitz is a Southeast Asian staple now. Whether or not it's successful as a staple, we'll see.
Yeah, look, that remains to be seen. I mean, for as well, we've seen regions like Latin America be introducing quite a fair few times the blitz plays as well, to varying degrees of success. But regardless of it, it was quite a scary prospect when you get to witness a blitz rush. So I wouldn't be surprised if that could be sort of now or / Southeast Asian sort of time to really introduce this operator into the fray. But I mean, looking at the setup that actually brought around, this is a very flexible one that won't really present any sort of easy position entry apart from that breach in the vault, which is actually being almost expected now.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to read into with Telegraph as it is. So hopefully it doesn't completely ruin the push. I mean, so far it's also been an aggressive round.
Yeah, most definitely, and well, it's understandable. I mean, you look at the setup from Elevator as a variance player. I would imagine they would be their head as to, well, what do we do here? What can we set up for ourselves? But not the most ideal setup, not the most perfect one for variance to really deal with. But it seems like full dedication to the Voltron.
Come on, commit. He strike. He does. He gets the flash off and the kill. In fact, they take two for themselves. Boy, will finally go down. But a very Elevate to go up against. Oh, Mr. Punch Buddy. Mr. Punch Buddy. Come on, you got to hit the shot. The Angry X is going to do just that. Oh, the knife goes out and the glass is one counter that could have possibly undone everything that they were looking for. And just that.
Oy. As well as he keeps on just tapping away at Peter's life as well. It's all down to Darrow is about to bleed out amidst all this chaos. And one with 28 seconds to go, really, there's not much for a Variance player. As well, try to find a few more frags, but a straight bullet might just end up connecting to all of that.
15 seconds left.
Daryl. I mean, we've seen Hellboy clutch up. Daryl might just be able to do the same. He's looking for the plant. Only Geary looking to get aggressive. 5 seconds left. Daryl has got really no time to do it. Shots on. It's the first. Needs to get a kill here. Nordy decides that actually the play is kicking my head out. No.
Gotta save the KD at the very least. But, yeah, look, that is definitely heck of a way to do it. Definitely the round and the so far the defense that we kind of expected from Elevate. More so, I'm surprised that it took this long for the round to elapse with the variance on the attack. But it seems like they still yet to try to figure out sort of the winning formula in terms of just how they should play, how to make this around, and if they will be able to do anything with it. So going into the round 8. Elevate, they just looking to really keep on playing their own game, their sort of playstyle, their pace, and sort of leaving Varianx with, well, this is our setup. Tried to break it. Sort of deal. They don't seem to be going, or don't seem to be too keen on going for any sort of spawn peaks like Fury did. They are setting up for all those sort of late rations, but that is basically just about it, really. Nothing too spicy, it's just this is there.
Yeah. Angry, maybe a little bit angry after it. Okay, so I think Varianx are trying to bring in to all the matches that we've seen tonight as the car leaders come on into play as well. Koppig, Odagiri, Dockerby. What a shot!
My lord. What a play. And I mean, that is a big sort of play out of the equation. I mean, gun the Roni as it is a piece of utility, piece of weaponry, plus the C4, plus the ability to, control the drones and try to get some extra information. So yeah, look, not the best sort of pick to work around with for Elevate, but something to have to make do with. But yeah, that was one hell of exists.
That's exactly it. And an opening like that done just huge. Absolutely pumped it out. So, I mean, again, Elevate might find themselves tied up again.
That could be a problem. Them to be able to just at least keep on holding on. That's the problem. And I would be to see what could be done later down, going into, say, further rounds with Angry or nearly for double as Strike also gets the better. And it's all just, once again, the whole setup just falls apart. At least Mr. Punch is able to fight back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark, unfortunately deceased here in 2022. Courtesy of Strike and the CSRX. Not a feed that you see every day, but a rather impressive one. It was a headshot to boot too. So massive kill there. But Mr. Ponigiri, to the top fraggers on this historic present. One of them, in fact, two of them don't have fully wins. This could be deadly.
Already in comes the push with the SPSMG perfectly aligned their Strike. Doing absolutely clinical job. Now it's all down to Onigiri, the man, the myth, the legend, to make it work. And I mean, the swings, if all of the Varianx players decide to swing the whole way, this could be a very dangerous venture for them.
Indeed.
Never
what a
mind.
shot.
Oh my.
Fished off, locks down.
What a play.
And unfortunately, no. Okay. Just that's all you need, apparently. No quarter given. And, well, bye-bye.
My oh my. I've expected literally everything. A 4-4 Varianx and Elevate. I'm not even too sure what is exactly happening, how they'd really allowing this to sort of, but yeah, look. It's quite
I think the only way to put it is cheese versus cheese, in all honesty.
Very much so. So far, it's the cheese that is winning out of all of it, but
it's good on it.
Shout out to James May.
Right, got what 3 rounds for a victory for either of these teams. 4 rounds before we head to overtime, and the reality of that is rapidly approaching.
Yeah, overtime sort of prospect as well is very quickly approaching, which, again, something that I don't think I would have expected to come around from out of all the 4 matches that we got to see here out of the final one. But once again, kind of a good sort of statement here. Varian could be, you know, and truly later down the line contesting for that sort of middle/top end of the leaderboard, which would provide a bit of a question mark, really, at least from myself, as to how come, you know, team like Varians able to contest, you know, top of the line team like Elevate, very, but then you have teams like Astray that, yes, they managed to qualify, but it's quite a constant result.
Yeah, most definitely. Trusting it'd be the word that I'd use to describe it as well. We have seen sort of the whole gambit of what could have possibly been a bit of cheese, bit of fun, but a, you know, downright brutality, and all of it has been quite entertaining to watch on the whole. But strike on the shield, Monty rather than a blitz, but Mr. Punch doesn't want a bar of it.
Not at all. Yeah, Mr. Punch looking to just keep on swinging around, trying to get some sort of traction for his own self, although he is on a solo crusade. No, there is a Malusi of Mark looking to try to rendezvous with him to try to assist in that crusade, but it looks like Varians have decided to just completely circumvent it. Already a Monty of Strike looking to make that advancement towards the kitchen side. And look, I mean, it's surprising that we don't get to see any sort of crossfires from the archives either.
Yeah. Only Geary's had enough. No more shenaniganry. It's time to close this all down. We've let you have your fun. It's time to finish for a third and back. He's on the hunt for more. What can he find? Yeah, well, he finds on the ground, trying to snake his way through to victory. Zest in trouble. Oh, shots on. I don't know if that was only Geary. I couldn't quite catch it. No, yeah, it was.
Oh,
it was there for Odie. On for the ace too. Mark the one to close it out for him in that 4th kill. Do they feed him? Do they attempt to feed him the ace right now? Hellboy,
surely.
He's got no down other than the main stairs. Looking for a tight angle. No way. Come on, don't play your life here. Don't be a coward. Give him the ace attempt. That's right.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds remaining here. No, jump up and
hey.
the floor. Onigiri with an ace in the op sleeve.
There we go. Claiming aces left, right, and center. What league this is. Round 10, though, will be possibly establishing whether Elevate do get themselves the match point here, or whether that sort of back and forth sort of trend that has been going between the two rosters very thoroughly. So far, I mean, this by far has to be one of the closer matches that we've seen for quite a while. This is the one that so far bears quite a fair bit of heft to it, if Varians do end up coming out even remotely close to being victorious. But I mean, even then, even now, look at the rounds that Varians have taken, and it was a very convincing set of those. So definitely no slouches already as it is. And again, contesting for even the smidge against Elevate, that's already quite a big achievement here.
Exciting stuff. Else it's a platform for them to go on ahead.
5 seconds to go.
So, very next. It's a trajectory for the 7-0 to the victory over Astray, now to taking some big rounds off at Elevate. If they can keep this up, they could be just cracking on in top 4 come playoffs.
Explosive ordnance out and primed.
Very much so. Already, despite whatever that the end result will be out of this very matchup, Panda, I'm gonna say this: I am excited to see what Varians could really bring out to the season, because if this is how they perform of Operation League, I have a strong feeling that they might just be able to turn heads very, very frequently here as well. I mean, the other beautiful thing as well is that for Varians, they just quite literally zero pressure on them.
Exactly.
Everyone basically expects them to lose in one chip, or falter in one chip or the other, and well, the up. So this is a perfect timeline.
They are looking to get themselves in here. Elevate, obviously hunting map point off the back of this round. I mean, we didn't even talk about the fact that he's deviated away from mid the first time in how long. Picking up the Oryx and the T5, but look, you see what they're bringing here in this war. Cheeky little nade, but that keeper barricade is going to be a hard enough time to get around. It's a facility that needs to be cleared out from the attack. Might just burn it all before they even get to the site.
I think that's the basic idea from the play. Full out, actually, that could be problematic to see. Full swing actually about to start coming around, but the pistol is also there. No, actually does not line up at all. This is a actually turn out from show with Mr. Punch now eliminated and Mark completely forced off that position.
I mean, it's nade kill onto Mark as well to boot. All coming together for Varianx.
5v5.
We'll have to. I want to know actually how to say this darn name properly because it is just doing my head in right now. Varianx.
Yeah, right.
Well, right now, they are primed and ready. 2-player advantage. They're looking to punch. Oh, Nigiri clears out the Gemini ends this as well. Catches aggressively shots on from Angry. Oh, they're just lining up for Elevate to knock down. A triple for Onigiri. For multi-kills, but he's dead with the pistol. 15 seconds left. Knocks them both down. And Angry X just stands and rings out to win the round.
What a round-ending goodness. What happened there? Jeez Louise. Well, I mean, that's one way to really close it all this chaos, but I mean, courtesy and big shout out to Onigiri and the rest of the team to really keep, despite, you know, the shortcomings, even though that neither of the teams really ended up calling the timeout here. So, it's just sort of both being to go into this, just play it out, however, just whatever happens, it happens. And sort of just keep on rolling. For Elevate, though, they are now within the just a very short distance of wrapping up the matchup in their favor, scoring that 3-point. Okay, now we get to reset. Now we get to chill. I'm definitely feeling like Varian X definitely gave a bit of a shock to them, or at least I'd like to think that. But I'm sure that coach himself will take it to the socials eventually.
I'm sure we'll get the update in due course. At the minute, Elevate looking to recuperate some losses here and deny what could have been a rather unfortunate. They weren't careful. So this is make sure that they go for the.
Killing blow indeed. Well, I mean, line up to do thing, but I mean, we've seen a few quite rather big hiccups. I mean, looking at Sapper, looking at Mark's sort of stats so far, things didn't particularly look as, you know, hot for them, but at least we could, you know, look up to Angry X, to Mr. Punch and Onigiri to be able to win it out. How is Mark able to keep on dodging the shots? Okay, he does get finished off there, but look, a fair few moments. How was that even allowed? How does that happen?
Well, you just Elevate. You happily take that. Daryl's off the board. No more self.
Yep.
Realistically, you accept the kill, and it was just a kill, nothing else, nothing more. It was just, it is what it is. Speaking of, it is what it is. Onigiri for a 16th kill of the match. Playing strike as well.
3 more frags, and that is the 3-pointer for Elevate. Because well, initially was all looking like a bit of a spook. Angry X does fall, so back to a 3v3. So it's now level play. But where do we get to see the push actually to come around? Because already the just happened into the stock office, and this is where really start riling up, things could start really coming. In fact, the EMP does come around, but this time, well, the Rotero drone doesn't appear really safe. So in comes the push off the said Rotero drone. Onigiri does reveal his position now.
Just because he's revealed does not mean he's in trouble. We've seen in the past make miracles happen. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if he just holds firm, holds fast, and gets to work, so to speak. And well, Hellboy is going to get to work. Mr. Punch goes down, but Hellboy taking some big damage there. And he tanks the Serene. He cuts deep, going to try and split the difference between the sites. But that is a lot of health to Cthulhu right now. And Peter actually comes up close. He can't take it away.
Well, at all, yeah. Look, Varying X continuing to impress us as they continue to keep on pushing the score. As we are now upon the very final regulation round that will decide whether we go into the overtime or into the 3-4, the Elevate. And I mean that even if we do go into just overtime and that's where Elevate do wrap it all up, I mean that is already quite a big hit. Right, I mean you look at the standings as well, they're currently on a 4-pointer. If they do only get a 2-pointer, that only takes them into a tiebreaker between themselves and champion for the 3rd place. Which is, I mean, you think about a wild turnout, at least by the conclusion of Day.
Most definitely is. Who would have thought, going into the play day, that this is what would be waiting for us by the end of it. So it's Elevate have one more chance tonight overtime. They wanted, if we're being honest with ourselves, Cthulhu.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, look, and as it is already quite a strange sort of matchup. Strange in a good way. Strange in the fact that up until now, we haven't really seen a whole lot of teams really fully elevate apart from their, counterparts, sort of the Apex South representatives that are like, for example, Fury or Direwolves, or even Gaming Gladiator. And even then, Elevate will be losing in the overtime. So going into this one with, they pushed into yet another overtime with Onigiri now down in the early stages of the round. Varying X are a force to be reckoned with and need to be taken seriously here.
So you get into a dangerous position where it's been quite evident that Elevate are taking some gambles. I mean, you look at Onigiri's health alone. They've got no way to heal him up for the remainder of the round. No doc, nothing like that. No shenanigans, no Thunderbirds. They're just going to have to, he's going to have to suffer for the best.
Suffer quietly.
You're going to die, do it quietly, son.
Yeah. Basically, the case, it seems. Now, trying to prod, trying to find the right assist is the one to actually make an entry into the building, looking to make progression start, going for that sort of pincer play. As it stands, half a round to go, and still yet to find any sort of fatality here, as the first ping does come around, and it might start happening here.
Yeah, they are going to start making just a moment, otherwise it's going to be in a rough spot, in all honesty. The last thing you want to be doing is battling the clock of your opponents in these dying moments of a round, and that's where they are close to being right now. Sapper tucked to the corner, Mr. Punch. An audacious opening of that wall with the bailiff. There's someone, I believe it was over towards Janitor. And
how close was that?
Okay, there you go. There close it was.
A test, though, of the Monty, who seems to have been the biggest pain in the side of Elevate. At least now the Legion going to get to work. Now Daryl and Peter are looking to treat though audacious swing, and how the heck even work out?
I couldn't tell you honestly anymore. It is, and it keeps moving forward, and it's not going to slow down for us or anyone else either. But effectively, you're looking at a 2.5 versus on the side of Ellery is incredibly tagged. On the next, they have strike, so he's going to have the shield, and only get denies
Oh, no.
the plant and goes down, plays his life, and he is just sealed. But Elevate, Hellboy can't get to the diffuser. Giri, no shot.
Oh my god. At the last moment, the Hail Mary play to get the win. Although close, and I mean the 7-5 doesn't even begin to tell the story of how close and how bad this matchup was. But it puts Varian X a very, very high expectation, as we did get to see a double Angry X.
Oh boy, who would have thought Cthulhu could start the game the way that they only to come apart in the second half, to Elevate to say, you've been holding the lead for us, want it back now, we'll take it.
Yeah, look, it definitely was still one of those games that gave Elevate, I would imagine, quite a fair bit of a spook. The one that they will look back maybe as something that, well, things definitely didn't really work out as much as we. But at least it's still a 3-pointer. 7-5 scoreline does, though, still pose a very interesting storyline to keep Varian X, despite the unfortunate loss, despite the fact that they couldn't really find themselves any sort of a match, really, even just a 1 point would have been quite a good sort of point of progression, given that they are still sitting on, now on the 6th place. But even to get themselves separated from Gaming Gladiators, push themselves onto the 5th place from the 6th would have been already quite a neat progression. But as it is, yeah, the results and progression is on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Very much of a back and forth venture between the two.
Yeah, I mean, it was a push that we wouldn't coming into the play day. In fact, it's a push that called at all off of the setup. They have to be happy with that. If nothing else, they have to be absolutely that level of points. Yeah, look, it's a shame they couldn't close it out and take a victory, but this is still Elevate we're talking about, and the fact that they pushed them as deep as they did is a huge achievement.
Absolutely. Yeah, a huge achievement, huge opportunity there for Varian X as well to learn up on what possibly could be, big map to really work around with. Bank is one of those maps that not a whole lot of teams do sort of play in a very confident manner. So able to master it and be able to take it to some of the teams like Elevate this in such a way, that's a great opportunity here for them. Although again, mentioning how much of an actual effort from Elevate's side of things has been put in, but regardless of the actual answer to that question, well played.
Yeah, it was impressive, and it was great to see the teams were bringing what they were capable of, and just back was against the wall, and you're in an incredibly, almost I would say, insanely unfavorable position. You don't bow under the pressure. You still show up and bring your game. And look, let's be honest, they nearly took Elevate the minimum.
Oh yeah, nearly an overtime, nearly a solid turnaround. But as it is, yeah, look, at the end of it all, it is a dub for Elevate. Very nicely done, though, which sets us up with a very curious sort of lineup of points. It's still Fury that is dominating the leaderboard, but then hot on their tracks are 3 more teams that could very much still start contesting with them. I mean, you look at Direwolves only 1 point, 2, even Champion only 3 points behind. So one regulation will even out the score line, whereas 2 other teams have to completely overtake Fury. The race is far from being over yet, and I reckon next is the one that will be the one to really, change things around, to really bring the souls.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, nigh endless with what could happen, and you find themselves top of the table, and look at that, Cthulhu. Who would have thought? Gaming Gladiators knocked out of top 4. And it would take the next 2 weeks for them to climb back into that position. And that in itself, absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect. I mean, for Gaming Glad, we'll need to get back into the general swings very quickly, because otherwise it is a nigh impossible sort of task. It almost feels like, with the sheer amount of disparity between the top 4 and the bottom 4. I mean, Gladiators and Variant X, as a matter of fact, this is much of an uphill battle to get themselves in the running. But between Variant X and Gaming Gladiators, two teams have two very varying expectations. I mean, you look at the up next, the tomorrow's matchups: Bulls versus Variant X, Obsession versus Straight, and Elevator versus Fury, and Champion versus Gaming Gladiators. Each and every one of those matches will take up the leaderboard.
Yeah, look, we are in a great wee spot here, Cthulhu, in that it's guess how this top 4 plays out, who makes it into the playoffs, who walks whatever, envied spot going into the later stages of this year, beyond, of course. But, I mean, if you're a South Asian Rainbow Six fan, you gotta be excited.
Absolutely. An exciting time. This is an exciting time to just watch some of the fresh talent to bloom. And yeah, look, an opportunity to observe some of the new teams that could possibly be later down the line, maybe into representing the Southeast Asia, not the whole of APAC South.
That's exactly it. The future of the region is I'm excited. I'm very, very keen to see what they could do in the very, very future, especially if they're taking maps like that as close as they were against Elevate. And I mean, let's geese where they've got to go from here. So tomorrow, sorry, not next week, tomorrow, they take on the Direwolves. And that's a scary prospect.
That is a great opportunity.
Direwolves take down Elevate 8-6 in week 1. I mean, honestly, I reckon there's a possibility they take Direwolves to overtime.
Yeah. Most definitely there's a good opportunity for that, albeit again still a very much of a David and Goliath matchup. But yeah, I'm excited for this one because we basically get to start things off the very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm excited. What is that being the first matchup, Direwolves versus Variant X, and we've got another big matchup, the third of the evening, Elevate versus Fury, at the top of the table with Elevate where they are currently. You wonder if Fury could keep that run. What would you put the keys down playing for pink slips?
Playing for pink slips? Look, I might just have to. When we do get this sort of matchups, I might just have to.
Yeah, look, I'm keen. I'm very, very to see just how deep this Variant X roster can go, of course, but you have to wait till later. Obviously, that's tomorrow. Look, Obsession versus Straight. Let's be honest, Obsession Bites should be the one to walk away with that. Gladiators taking on Champion. Do you reckon there's potential for an upset there?
Ooh. Honestly, I want to say that upset could certainly happen, but with that so far, unfortunately, Gaming Gladiator has been hitting. Champion might just be able to run away with a win.
Well, you'll have to wait. Plays out. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Kingston Fury, to make it all of this possible as well. Without them, it would not be nearly as good a broadcast as we give you each week. But till Cthulhu, we're back again for some more Operations Asia action. We'll see you. Have a good one.
To the come up, it's the first page, but I shut the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle than a test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, Leo, turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing, time fighting, with the clock. I'm a runner, play play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Tryna stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way, stand no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm hit the top. Hustle pay the price so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the king, now I'm hit the top. Hustle pay the price so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?